Welcome back to another story on Cosmic Wand. This time, we're bringing you, What If Every Witch at Hogwarts Could Sense Harry's True Power Level and It Drove Them Mad. Your likes fuel our creativity. Subscribe and stay tuned. Here's the story. Chapter 1, The Pull. The Hogwarts Express lurched forward at exactly 11 o'clock, and Harry Potter pressed his forehead against the cool window glass and watched King's Cross slide away like a bad dream he was finally waking from. It had been the worst summer yet. Not because of the Dursleys, they'd barely spoken to him after the Order's warning at the platform last June. Uncle Vernon had communicated mostly through grunts and strategically slammed doors, which was honestly an improvement. No, the worst part had been the silence from inside his own head. The silence that wasn't really silence at all, but a low, constant hum, like standing too close to a power station. It had started the night after the Department of Mysteries. After Sirius. After the prophecy had cracked open inside his skull and rearranged everything he thought he knew about himself. He hadn't told anyone about the hum. "You look terrible," Ron said, dropping into the seat across from him with all the grace of a falling wardrobe. "Cheers." "No, I mean, more terrible than usual. And that's saying something because your usual is already pretty grim." Harry cracked half a smile. Ron's particular brand of honesty had always been more medicine than insult, even when it stung. "Didn't sleep much. Nightmares again?" "Something like that." Ron studied him for a second, then seemed to decide not to push it. He dug into his pocket and produced a squashed cauldron cake. "Mum sent about 40 of these. Want one?" "Maybe later." The compartment door slid open and Hermione appeared, already in her robes, her prefect badge gleaming on her chest like she'd polished it on the walk over. Her hair was pulled back in a loose braid that was already losing the battle against its own volume, and she had a book tucked under one arm, thick, leather-bound, no title on the spine. "There you are. I checked 3 compartments before." She stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes landed on Harry and something crossed her face. Not recognition, she obviously recognized him, but something else. A flicker. Like she'd walked into a room and the temperature had jumped 10 degrees. "Hermione?" Ron said. She blinked. "Sorry." "Yes. Hi." She sat down next to Ron, but her gaze kept drifting back to Harry. "You look different." "Ron already told me I look terrible." "That's not what I said. I said you look different." She tilted her head slightly, the way she did when she was trying to work out a particularly stubborn arithmancy problem. "Did something happen this summer? Something magical?" Harry thought about the hum. The low vibration that had taken up residence behind his sternum and never left. "No," he said. "Nothing happened." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, then opened her book and began to read. But Harry noticed her fingers were tight on the pages, knuckles slightly white, and she didn't turn a single page for the next 20 minutes. The trolley which came and went. Ron demolished 3 pumpkin pasties. Neville stopped by to show them a new plant that was apparently very exciting if you were into that sort of thing, something about singing roots, and Harry nodded along politely. Luna drifted past the compartment, paused, looked in through the glass, and smiled at Harry with that serene, knowing expression she always wore. But she didn't come in. She just stood there for a moment, head tilted, like she was listening to music no one else could hear. Then she wandered away. It was about an hour into the journey when things got strange. Cho Chang walked past the compartment. Harry saw her coming through the glass. She was with Marietta Edgecombe, talking about something, not paying attention. Then she drew level with the door and stopped dead. Marietta walked 3 more steps before realizing Cho wasn't beside her anymore. Cho stood frozen, her hand hovering near the handle, staring at Harry through the glass. Her expression was hard to read. Surprise, maybe. Or something raw. Harry raised a hand in an awkward wave. Cho pulled her hand back from the door like it had burned her and walked away fast, almost stumbling. Marietta hurried after her, shooting a dirty look over her shoulder at Harry. "What was that about?" Ron asked through a mouthful of pasty. "No idea. Maybe she's still upset about last year," Hermione offered, but she said it without looking up from her book, and her voice was strange. Tight. Harry shrugged it off. He and Cho had been a disaster. Uncomfortable silences and crying and the ghost of Cedric Diggory standing between them like a wall. He didn't blame her for not wanting to say hello. But then it happened again. A group of fourth-year girls walked past the compartment. Harry didn't know most of them, recognized one Hufflepuff vaguely, and the same thing. They slowed as they passed. One of them stopped completely, her hand pressed flat against the glass, eyes wide and unfocused. Her friend tugged her arm and she jerked away like she'd been sleepwalking. "Okay," Harry said. "That was weird." "What was?" Ron had missed it entirely, busy investigating the structural integrity of a chocolate frog box. "Nothing." Harry turned away from the window and found Hermione staring at him. Not at his face, at his chest, or maybe through his chest, like she was trying to see something just behind him. "Hermione?" She snapped out of it. Color rushed to her cheeks. "Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know why she stood up abruptly. "I need to do my prefect rounds." She was out the door before either of them could respond. Ron stared after her. "She already did her prefect rounds. I saw her badge list, she's not on duty until the last hour." Harry said nothing. The hum inside his chest pulsed, low and steady, like a second heartbeat. The sorting ceremony was the same as every year, and also nothing like any year before it. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Neville, watching McGonagall call names from the scroll and tiny first-years stumble toward the sorting hat, and everything should have felt normal. The great hall glowed with its 1,000 floating candles. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear September sky, stars just beginning to emerge. Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair, looking slightly thinner than Harry remembered, his injured hand hidden beneath the table. But Harry could feel it. The attention. Not the usual attention, he was used to staring, had been dealing with it since he was 11. This was different. This had weight. He could feel gazes landing on him like physical pressure, and when he glanced around, he caught them. Lavender Brown, 2 seats down, quickly looking away. Parvati Patil, pretending to adjust her hair. A cluster of Ravenclaw 6th years at the next table, their conversation dying whenever he turned in their direction. And it wasn't just his year. A tiny first-year girl, freshly sorted into Gryffindor, sat down across from Harry and immediately went pink from her collar to her hairline. She stared at him with huge eyes and knocked over her goblet. "All right there," Harry said, trying to smile. The girl made a sound like a strangled mouse and looked away so fast she nearly fell off the bench. "You've got a real gift with kids," Ron said. "Shut up." The feast began. Food appeared on the golden plates, roast beef, shepherd's pie, mountains of mashed potatoes, and for a while, the strangeness faded beneath the comfortable rhythm of eating and talking. Ron launched into a detailed account of the Chudley Cannon summer trades, which required no participation from Harry beyond the occasional nod. Neville talked about his OWL results with quiet pride. Seamus and Dean were arguing about football, of all things, and the sound of it was so beautifully mundane that Harry almost relaxed. Almost. "Is it just me," Neville said carefully, halfway through dessert, "or is every girl in this room looking at you?" "It's just you," Harry said. "It's not just him," Dean said. He was frowning. "Ginny's been staring at you since we sat down, mate. Like, staring. I had to ask her the same question 3 times. Harry looked down the table. Ginny was sitting with some friends from her year, and Dean was right, she was looking at Harry. But it wasn't the way she used to look at him, back when she was 11 and couldn't form sentences around him. This was something else. Her eyes were bright and intent, her lips slightly parted, and when Harry met her gaze, she didn't look away. She held it. Held it with an intensity that made Harry's stomach clench. He broke eye contact first. "Told you," Dean muttered, and there was an edge in his voice that suggested he wasn't finding this funny at all. "I haven't done anything," Harry said, and he meant it. He hadn't spoken to Ginny beyond a quick hello at the burrow. He hadn't flirted, hadn't lingered, hadn't done any of the things that might explain why she was looking at him like he was the only person in a room of 400. Dinner ended. Dumbledore gave his speech, shorter than usual, weighted with warnings Harry had heard before in different words. Dark times. Vigilance. Solidarity. The headmaster's eyes found Harry's for a brief moment, and Harry thought he saw something there, concern, maybe, or curiosity, but then Dumbledore looked away and dismissed them to bed. The walk to Gryffindor Tower was when it really hit him. The corridors were packed with students, and Harry moved through them like a stone dropped in still water. Ripples spread. Conversation stuttered and restarted. Heads turned. A Hufflepuff prefect, 7th year, someone Harry had never spoken to, physically stumbled as he passed her, catching herself against the wall and staring after him with a dazed expression. Ron was talking about Quidditch tryouts and didn't notice any of it. But Hermione did. She'd rejoined them after the feast, walking on Harry's other side, and she was pale. She kept pressing her fingers to her temples, like she had a headache. When the Hufflepuff prefect stumbled, Hermione's jaw tightened. "Harry," she said quietly. "Something is wrong." "I know." "No, I mean something is wrong with you." "Something is, I can feel," she cut herself off, pressing her lips together hard. "We need to talk." "Not here." "Tomorrow." "Hermione, tomorrow." She said it like a door closing and then walked ahead, fast, her braids swinging behind her. Harry and Ron gave the fat lady the new password, abstinence, which made Ron snort, and climbed into the common room. It was packed, everyone buzzing with start-of-term energy, and Harry wanted nothing more than to go straight up to the dormitory and pull the curtains around his bed and figure out what the hell was happening. He didn't get the chance. "Potter." The voice came from the notice board, and when Harry turned, Lavender Brown was standing there. She was supposed to be pinning up a Hogsmeade schedule, but the parchment was crumpled in her hand and she was looking at Harry like she'd forgotten what she was doing. Do you want to?" she trailed off, blinking rapidly. "Sorry. I lost my train of thought." "Happens to me all the time," Ron said cheerfully. "Usually in history of magic." Lavender didn't laugh. Didn't even seem to hear him. She shook her head like she was clearing water from her ears and turned back to the notice board, pinning the schedule upside down. Harry climbed the stairs to the boys' dormitory 2 at a time. Ron followed, still oblivious, still talking about Quidditch. They changed into pajamas. Ron was asleep within minutes, his snoring filling the room with a sound like a distant chainsaw. Harry lay in the dark and listened to the hum. It was louder here. Or maybe it had always been this loud, and he'd just gotten used to it at the Dursleys where there was no magic around him to react. Because that's what it felt like, a reaction. The hum inside him resonating with something outside. Like 2 tuning forks struck near each other. He pressed his hand flat against his chest. Beneath his palm, his heartbeat was steady, but there was something else there too. A warmth. A vibration. It had been growing all summer, so gradually that he'd barely noticed, the way you don't notice you're getting taller until your trousers don't fit anymore. Something had changed in him. Something fundamental. He didn't sleep for a long time. Morning came gray and damp. Harry was up before Ron, which almost never happened, and he dressed quietly and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty except for a pair of 7th-year boys comparing summer homework. Harry crossed to the portrait hole and climbed out. The castle was quiet this early. Breakfast wouldn't start for another hour, and the corridors were cool and still. Harry walked without a destination, just moving, trying to sort through his thoughts. His trainers squeaked on the stone floors. Portraits murmured and shifted in their frames as he passed. He ended up at the astronomy tower. Not intentionally, his feet just took him there, up the winding stairs to the top, where the morning air was sharp and clean and the ground spread out below like a painting. The lake was still. The forbidden forest was a dark smudge in the distance. A thin curl of smoke rose from Hagrid's chimney. "You feel it, don't you?" Harry spun. His wand was in his hand before he'd consciously decided to draw it, a reflex honed by 5 years of things trying to kill him. Daphne Greengrass stood at the top of the stairs. She was dressed in her Slytherin robes, her dark hair pulled back in a severe knot, and she was watching him with an expression that was carefully, deliberately neutral. The kind of neutral that took effort. "Feel what?" Harry said. He didn't lower his wand. "The thing inside you that's making every witch in this castle lose her mind." Harry stared at her. Daphne Greengrass. He knew her by sight, pretty, quiet, the kind of Slytherin who stayed out of Malfoy's orbit without making enemies of it. They'd never had a real conversation. She sat 3 rows behind him in potions and had never once raised her hand. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "Yes, you do." She came up the last few steps and stopped at a careful distance. 10 feet between them, like she'd measured it. "You noticed last night. The staring. The stumbling. Cho Chang looking at you like you'd set her on fire." "How do you know about Cho?" "That was on the train. Because it happened to me on the train too. I was in the next compartment over, and halfway through the journey, I couldn't think straight. Couldn't read, couldn't focus, couldn't do anything except sit there and feel this," she gestured vaguely at Harry. "This pull. Like gravity, except it's not pulling my body. It's pulling my magic." Harry lowered his wand slowly. "I'm not doing anything. I know you're not doing it on purpose. That's what makes it terrifying." Daphne folded her arms. "My family has books. Old books. The kind that don't end up in the Hogwarts library because they deal with things the Ministry would rather forget about. There's a passage in one of them about a phenomenon called the resonance. The resonance. It's a sensitivity. Witches have it, something to do with how magical cores develop differently in women. Most of the time it's dormant. Background noise. But when a wizard's power exceeds a certain threshold." She paused, choosing her words. "It wakes up. The witch can sense the magical aura of the wizard. Feel it. And if the power is strong enough, the sensation becomes overwhelming." Harry thought about the Hufflepuff prefect stumbling in the corridor. The first-year girl who couldn't look at him. Hermione's white knuckles on her book. "Why now?" he said. "I've been at Hogwarts for 5 years. This never happened before. Because whatever's inside you is bigger than it was before. Something changed." Daphne's eyes were sharp and searching. "What happened to you this summer, Potter?" The prophecy. Sirius's death. The grief that had burned through him like acid for weeks. The hum that had started the night he came back from the Department of Mysteries and hadn't stopped since. "Nothing I'm going to tell you," Harry said. Daphne's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. "Fair enough. But I'm telling you this as a warning, not as a favor. Whatever you're radiating, it's going to get worse. More witches will feel it. Younger ones won't be able to handle it. And when the wrong people find out, and they will find out, they're going to come for you." "Who?" "The Ministry. There are historical records of wizards with power signatures strong enough to trigger mass resonance. Do you know what happened to them?" Harry waited. "Neither does anyone else. The records go blank." She let that sit for a moment. "I'd suggest you figure out how to turn it off before someone decides to turn you off." She turned and walked back down the stairs without another word. Harry listened to her footsteps fade and then leaned against the tower railing, staring out at the grounds. The hum in his chest pulsed. He pressed his hand over it again, like that would help. Like he could push it back in. His first class was double potions, which was already a disaster under normal circumstances. Snape had been replaced by Slughorn, a round, walrus-mustached man who seemed to run on enthusiasm and name-dropping, and Harry arrived to find a room that was already too warm and too crowded. The sixth-year potions class was small, since Slughorn accepted anyone with an exceeds expectations or higher OWL. The result was an odd mix: Harry and Ron, who'd both scraped in, Hermione, obviously, Malfoy, Ernie Macmillan, and a handful of others. Including Daphne Greengrass, who caught Harry's eye as he walked in and then very deliberately looked at her cauldron. Slughorn beamed at them all. "Welcome, welcome. Wonderful to see such talented young faces. Now, I've prepared a few potions for you to identify today, little diagnostic, if you will, just to see where we stand." He'd set up 3 cauldrons at the front of the room. The first was bubbling with something clear and odorless. The second held a thick, mud-colored potion. The third was shimmering with a mother-of-pearl sheen, spirals of steam rising from it in distinctive patterns. "Amortentia," Hermione said immediately. She was standing as far from Harry as the room would allow, pressed against the opposite wall. Her voice was strained. "The most powerful love potion in the world." "Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. And can you tell us its key characteristic?" "It smells different to each person, according to what attracts them." Hermione's jaw was tight. She was not looking at Harry. She was very aggressively not looking at Harry. "Wonderful. Now, everyone, come closer, have a sniff. Don't be shy." The class shuffled forward. Harry hung back, a prickling unease crawling up his spine. He watched as Ernie leaned over the amortentia and announced that he smelled fresh parchment and his mother's cooking. Malfoy sniffed and said nothing, just stepped back with a faintly disgusted expression. Ron smelled something that made his ears go red. Then the girls approached, and Harry saw it happen in real time. Daphne Greengrass leaned over the cauldron and went rigid. Her knuckles turned white on the edge of the table. She inhaled once, twice, and then jerked back like she'd been slapped. "Miss Greengrass?" Slughorn said. "Everything all right?" "Fine, sir." Her voice was flat. She returned to her seat without describing what she'd smelled, and Slughorn, too jovial to push, let it go. Hermione was next. She stepped up to the cauldron with the careful posture of someone approaching an unexploded bomb. She leaned in. Harry watched her eyes close. Watched her shoulders drop. Watched something raw and unguarded flash across her face, just for a second, before she slammed her walls back up and stepped away. "Well?" Slughorn prompted. "Fresh-cut grass," Hermione said quickly. "New parchment. And," she stopped. "And something else." She sat down and opened her textbook to a random page and stared at it with murderous concentration. Harry didn't go near the amortentia. When Slughorn invited him, he muttered something about allergies, and Slughorn, who was already eyeing Harry like a collector eyeing a rare stamp, didn't force the issue. The rest of the class was spent on the draft of Living Death, and Harry discovered that his borrowed textbook was full of handwritten notes that made the potion laughably easy. He followed the cramped instructions in the margins instead of the printed ones, and within an hour, his potion was perfect, a clear lilac, smooth as glass. Slughorn nearly fell over himself with delight. "My word! This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. I don't think I've seen better in all my years of teaching. Lily Evans level talent, this is." The mention of his mother's name hit Harry like a fist. He said nothing. But the room had shifted again. Every witch in the class was looking at him. Not just glancing, looking. The amortentia was still steaming on the front table, and its spiraling vapors seemed thicker now, reaching across the room like fingers. The two Slytherin girls in the back row were leaning forward in their seats. Hermione's quill had stopped moving. Even Daphne, who'd been so careful and controlled on the tower, was gripping the edge of her desk with both hands. Harry packed up fast, grabbed his bag, and left before Slughorn could corner him about joining whatever club the man was assembling. Ron caught up in the corridor, chattering about the Half-Blood Prince's notes, and Harry let the words wash over him without really hearing them. Hermione didn't catch up. When Harry glanced back, she was still in the classroom, standing perfectly still, eyes closed, one hand pressed against her sternum. The day ground on. Charms was next, and Flitwick's classroom was bigger, which helped. The sensation was more diffuse, spread across more bodies, diluted by distance. But Harry still felt it. A subtle tug from every witch in the room, like invisible threads connecting him to them. In Transfiguration, McGonagall spent the first 10 minutes of class staring at Harry with a peculiar, almost alarmed expression before visibly collecting herself and launching into a lecture on vanishing theory with even more than her usual crisp precision. Between classes, the corridors were the worst. Too many people, too close. A fifth-year Ravenclaw walked into a wall because she was looking at Harry instead of where she was going. A group of third-year girls dissolved into hysterical giggling that shifted into something stranger, tears, one of them clutching at her chest like her heart was doing something unexpected. Wizards noticed none of it. Ron walked through the world cheerfully oblivious. Seamus and Dean joked about the first years being starstruck. Malfoy sneered something about Potter's ego. None of them felt what was happening, because this wasn't for them. This was a frequency only half the population could hear, and it was getting louder by the hour. Harry found Hermione in the library after dinner. She was alone at a table in the back, surrounded by books. Not her usual neat stacks, these were scattered, pulled from different sections, some of them lying open with passages circled in hasty pencil. Her hair had escaped its braid entirely and hung around her face in wild curls. She looked like she hadn't eaten. Harry sat down across from her. She flinched. Hermione. Don't sit so close. He didn't move. Tell me what's happening. I don't know yet. She said it through gritted teeth, like the words were costing her something. But I'm going to figure it out. I found references to, it doesn't have a consistent name, but there are accounts throughout magical history. A kind of sensitivity. Something witches can feel. Daphne Greengrass called it the resonance. Hermione's head snapped up. You talked to Greengrass? She cornered me this morning. On the astronomy tower. What did she say? Harry told her. All of it, the old family books, the dormant sensitivity, the power threshold. The records that went blank. Hermione listened with her lips pressed into a thin white line, her fingers gripping a quill so hard it bent. That matches what I've found, she said when he'd finished. Or at least the general shape of it. There's almost nothing in the Hogwarts library, I've been through 6 sections, but I found a reference in most Patenti potions of all places. A footnote. It mentions that certain brewing processes can be disrupted by proximity to a sufficiently powerful wizard, and that witches are particularly susceptible to such disruption due to their innate resonance sensitivity. She said the last part from memory, eyes closed. It's the only use of that specific term I've found so far. So it's real. Of course it's real. I can feel it, Harry. Her voice cracked. Just slightly, just at the edges, but enough to make Harry's chest ache. I've been feeling it since the train. This, pressure. Like standing next to a bonfire. Like my magic is reaching for yours without my permission and I can't, she pressed her palms flat against the table. I can't make it stop. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It's not, you're not doing this. I know that. But knowing it doesn't help. She picked up one of the books, a thin, old volume with a cracked spine. I need more time. I need to find out why it's happening now, what changed, and how to a crash from the other end of the library cut her off. They both looked up. A study group had been working at a long table near the charms section, 7 or 8 students, mixed years, most of them girls. One of them was standing now, her chair knocked backward, her wand in her hand. Sparks were fountain from its tip in wild, uncontrolled bursts, gold and red and silver, spraying like a broken firework. She was staring at the wand in confusion, shaking it, but the sparks kept coming. Then the girl next to her gasped, and her wand did the same thing. Then the next. In the space of 5 seconds, every witch at the table was on her feet, wand sparking and crackling, magic discharging in random, uncontrolled bursts. Books flew off shelves. A lamp shattered. One of the girls, a second year, small, round-faced, eyes huge with terror, let out a thin, reedy moan and collapsed sideways out of her chair. The wizards at the table sat frozen, untouched, staring at the chaos around them. Madame Pants came rushing over with a shriek about her books, and Hermione was already moving, grabbing Harry's arm and pulling him toward the door. "We need to go. Now. You need to get away from them." Harry didn't argue. He let Hermione drag him out of the library and into the corridor, and the moment they cleared the doorway, they heard it, the sparking stopped. A sudden silence. Then confused voices, girls asking each other what had happened, the second year crying softly. Harry and Hermione stood in the corridor, breathing hard. The distance helped. Harry could feel it, the invisible threads thinning as they stretched, the pressure easing. Hermione let go of his arm and took 3 deliberate steps back. "That was you," she said. "Not accusing. Just stating a fact." "I know. The second year." She collapsed. "I know." Hermione's eyes were bright. Not with the strange, unfocused intensity he'd been seeing from the other witches, this was pure, sharp-edged fear. "Harry, if this keeps escalating, someone is going to get hurt. Really hurt." "I know, Hermione." They stared at each other across the corridor. The torches flickered in their brackets. From inside the library, Harry could hear Madame Pants lecturing someone about proper wand storage. "I'll keep researching," Hermione said. "But you should stay away from large groups. Especially young students. The younger they are, the less they can regulate. That second year." "I'll be careful." Hermione nodded. She took another step back. Then another. "I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Harry." She turned and walked away fast, almost running, and Harry stood alone in the empty corridor and listened to her footsteps fade and felt the hum in his chest pulse like something alive, something hungry, something that was growing whether he wanted it to or not. The common room was still busy when he climbed through the portrait hole. He tried to cross it quickly, heading for the stairs, keeping his head down. Harry. Ginny was sitting in one of the armchairs by the fire. She stood up as he entered, smooth and sure-footed, and crossed the room to intercept him. Her red hair caught the firelight. Her eyes were fierce and focused and slightly too wide. "Can I talk to you?" she asked. "It's late, Gin, please." There was something in her voice that stopped him. Not the resonance, or maybe it was, tangled up in it, inseparable from it, but something genuine underneath. Something that sounded like Ginny, the real Ginny, fighting to be heard through the static. "Okay," he said. "Yeah. Okay." She led him to a corner of the common room, away from the clusters of students. They sat in 2 chairs angled toward each other, and Ginny leaned forward with her elbows on her knees. "Something's different about you," she said. "And don't tell me nothing happened this summer, because I can feel it, Harry. I've been around you for years and it was never like this." "Like what?" Ginny was quiet for a moment. She was choosing her words, and Harry could see the effort it took, the way her hands kept tightening in her lap, the way her breathing wasn't quite steady. "When I was 11, she said, and Tom Riddle had his diary in my head, he used to make me feel things. Want things. It was like someone else's hand on my steering wheel. I couldn't always tell what was me and what was him. She looked up at Harry, and her eyes were blazing. This feels like that. And I need you to tell me it's not. I need you to tell me you're not doing this to me. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He thought of Tom Riddle's diary. Of a little girl being puppeted by a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Of the Chamber of Secrets and the pale, still figure lying on the cold floor. I'm not doing this to you, he said. I swear, Ginny. I don't know what's happening, but I would never, I believe you. She said it fast, cutting him off. I believe you. But something is happening, and it's happening to all of us. Every girl in this common room is thinking about you right now. They might not know it. They might think they're reading or doing homework or having a conversation. But underneath all of that, they're feeling you. You're magic. You're, whatever this is. She pressed her hand to the center of her chest. It's right here. Like a heartbeat that isn't mine. Harry felt sick. Hermione feels it too, Ginny continued. She's been white as a sheet all day. She's terrified, but not of you, of what she might do. Of not being in control. You know that's the worst thing in the world for Hermione, right? Not being in control. Yeah, Harry said quietly. I know. So fix it. Ginny's voice was steady now, harder. The fierce girl who'd fought Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries was back. Figure out what's happening and fix it. Because I spent a year with someone else's feelings in my head, and I won't do it again. Not for anyone. Not even for you. She stood up, looked down at him for a long moment, and then did something unexpected. She reached out and squeezed his shoulder, brief, firm, deliberately controlled, and walked away. Harry sat in a corner and watched the fire burn and thought about Ginny at 11, pouring her soul into a diary that swallowed it whole. About Hermione pressing her palms flat against a table to stop her hands from reaching for him. About a second-year girl crumpling to the floor of the library because Harry Potter had been sitting too close. He thought about the hum. The thing inside him that was growing, spreading, reaching out without his consent and wrapping itself around every witch in the castle. He thought about Daphne Greengrass saying the records go blank. The fire popped and a log collapsed in a shower of sparks. Harry pulled his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them and felt, for the first time in his life, genuinely afraid of himself. He didn't go to breakfast the next morning. He nicked food from the kitchens. Dobby was delighted, as always, and piled his arms with toast and bacon and an entire treacle tart, and ate in an empty classroom on the 4th floor, sitting on a desk with his legs dangling. It was pathetic, hiding like this. He knew it. But the thought of walking into the great hall, into that wall of stairs and stumbles and sparking wands, made his stomach turn. He was halfway through the treacle tart when the classroom door opened and Daphne Greengrass walked in. You followed me, Harry said. It wasn't a question. I watched you go into the kitchens and figured you weren't heading to the great hall. She closed the door behind her and stayed near it. Keeping her distance, the same way Hermione had. We need to talk more. You said what you needed to say yesterday. Yesterday was the warning. Today is the offer. She leaned against the door, arms folded. My family's books. The ones I mentioned. They have more than just descriptions, there are accounts of wizards who triggered mass resonance. Old accounts. Preministry. The details are, not pleasant, but they include information about suppression. Controlling the aura. Dampening it. Harry set down the treacle tart. Why would you help me? Because I can't concentrate in any class we share, and I have an EWTS in 2 years. Because my little sister Astoria starts Hogwarts next year and I'd rather she not spend her first year in a trance because of your magic. And because, a flicker crossed her face. Something she pushed down fast. Because I don't like not being in control of what I feel. It was the same thing Ginny had said. The same fear. Different girl, different house, same terrified fury at the idea of someone else pulling her strings. What would I have to do? Harry asked. Read. Practice. Learn to contain your aura the way you'd contain any other magical discharge. It's not going to be easy, from what I've read, no one's had to deal with a power signature this strong in centuries. But it's possible. She paused. I'll also need to understand what changed. What made you so much stronger than you were last year? The prophecy. The Horcrux. Things Harry wasn't about to share with a Slytherin he barely knew. Let me think about it, he said. Don't think too long. Daphne opened the door. That library incident last night? That girl who collapsed. It's going to happen again. And next time it might not be a fainting spell. She left. Harry sat in the empty classroom and stared at the remains of his treacle tart and thought about power, what it meant, what it cost, and what happened when you had more of it than you could hold. The door opened again. Harry expected Ron or Hermione, but it was neither. Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway. She was wearing her usual emerald robes, her spectacles perched on her nose, and her expression was the particular kind of stern that meant she was deeply concerned and trying not to show it. Mr. Potter, she said. The headmaster would like a word. Harry slid off the desk. Now. Now. They walked through the castle in silence. McGonagall's stride was as brisk as ever, but Harry noticed, he was noticing everything now, that she kept a wider gap between them than usual. 3 feet instead of 2. Her wand hand twitched occasionally, like she was suppressing an urge. Professor, Harry said as they approached the gargoyle. Can you feel it? McGonagall's step faltered. Just for a fraction of a second. Then she straightened, lifted her chin, and said, "Acid pops," to the gargoyle. The gargoyle leapt aside. McGonagall gestured for Harry to go ahead. As he stepped onto the moving staircase, she spoke. Yes, she said. I can feel it. It is, considerable. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, Potter. Whatever this is, it is not of your making. A pause. Then, quieter, but it must be addressed. The staircase carried him up. The door at the top was already open. Dumbledore's office was warm and golden, full of the soft whirring of silver instruments and the quiet rustle of Fawkes preening on his perch. Dumbledore stood by the window, silhouetted against the morning light, his injured hand hanging at his side. Harry, he said. Please, sit. Harry sat in the chair opposite the desk. Dumbledore remained standing for a moment, watching him, and Harry saw it, the same thing he'd seen in McGonagall's face, in Daphne's careful distance, in Hermione's white knuckles. Awareness. Dumbledore could feel it too. Not the same way, he was not a witch, but something. A recognition that the boy sitting in front of him was not the same boy who'd left in June. I expect, Dumbledore said, settling into his chair, that you've had an unusual start to the term. You could say that. Madame Pomfrey treated a second-year girl last night for what she described as magical overexposure. The girl's own magic attempted to discharge faster than her body could handle. She's fine, resting, but Madame Pomfrey was alarmed. Harry's stomach dropped. That was because of me. Almost certainly. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but his eyes were grave. I felt it myself when you entered the Great Hall last night. A pressure. A weight. Like standing in a strong current. He paused. I imagine for witches, who possess a particular sensitivity to such things, the effect is significantly more pronounced. The resonance. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You've been doing your homework. Daphne Greengrass told me. Ah. The Greengrass family. A flicker of something, respect, maybe, crossed Dumbledore's face. They've maintained knowledge that most pureblood families have let slip. Clever of her to recognize it. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Harry, I must be honest with you. I have been expecting something like this, though not in this form and not this soon. Expecting it? Your power has been growing steadily since your first year. Each encounter with Voldemort, each survival, has strengthened your magical core in ways that are difficult to measure and impossible to predict. The events at the Department of Mysteries, the possession, the prophecy, the grief, appear to have accelerated the process considerably. Harry thought of Sirius falling through the veil. Of Voldemort inside his mind, that terrible moment when the Dark Lord had looked through his eyes and Harry had felt his own magic rise up to push him out, not through skill or knowledge but through sheer, raw force. Can you stop it? Harry asked. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I can help you manage it. But stop it? I'm not certain that's possible, or even advisable. Your power is yours, Harry. It is not a disease to be cured. Tell that to the second year in the hospital wing. Dumbledore inclined his head. A fair point. We will work on containment. I had planned to begin our private lessons this year regardless, this adds urgency. He stood and moved to one of the silver instruments on his shelf. It was spinning slowly, emitting tiny puffs of blue smoke. But Harry, I must warn you about something else. The Ministry monitors Hogwarts more closely than most people realize. If they become aware of what's happening, of a student whose magical aura is affecting the population of the school, they will respond. And their response will not be gentle. What would they do? Historically. For cases of extreme magical influence. Dumbledore turned from the instrument, and his expression was the most serious Harry had ever seen it. They have a department. Very old. Very quiet. Called the Measured. Their purpose is to ensure that no single witch or wizard accumulates power beyond what the Ministry deems acceptable. And if someone does? Dumbledore didn't answer. He didn't have to. Harry left Dumbledore's office with more questions than he'd arrived with and a weight on his shoulders that had nothing to do with his book bag. He walked down the spiral staircase, past the gargoyle, and into the corridor, and nearly collided with Hermione. She was standing just outside, as if she'd been waiting. Her face was drawn, tired, but her eyes were sharp and focused. She'd pulled herself together overnight, Harry realized. Built her walls back up, shored her defenses, armed herself with knowledge and determination the way she always did. What did Dumbledore say? She asked. How did you know I was here? McGonagall pulled you out of that classroom. I saw you from the staircase. She fell into step beside him, maintaining her careful distance. What did he say? Harry told her. The growing power. The resonance. The measured. Hermione listened without interrupting, her face growing paler with each new piece of information, but she didn't break. She absorbed it all, filed it, turned it over. The measured, she repeated when he'd finished. I haven't found that name anywhere. It's not in any book I've checked. Dumbledore said they're quiet. Quiet like they don't exist, or quiet like they don't want to be found. She shook her head. I'll dig deeper. There has to be records, the Ministry can't have an entire department with no paper trail. They walked in silence for a while. The corridor was empty, first period had started, and they were both late, but neither of them moved toward their classroom. Eventually, Harry stopped walking. Hermione. She stopped too. Didn't turn immediately. Are you okay? She turned then, and her expression broke something in Harry's chest. It was Hermione, brilliant, brave, stubborn Hermione, and she was scared. Not of him. Of herself. I'm managing, she said. I've been occluding. Not well, I've never properly studied occlumency, but enough to keep the worst of it at bay. It's like, you know when you have a song stuck in your head and you can't get it out. It's like that, Except the song is your magic and it's singing about you and it won't stop. Harry stepped closer. Hermione's breath caught. Don't, she whispered. Please. He stepped back. The space between them felt like a canyon. I'm going to fix this, Harry said. I know you are. Hermione's voice was steady again. Controlled. And I'm going to help you. But until we figure it out, I need you to, I need distance. Not because I don't, she stopped. Swallowed. Not because I don't care. Because I care too much, and I can't tell anymore how much of it is me and how much is, that. She gestured at him. At whatever was radiating from him. And Harry understood, with a cold clarity that settled into his bones, exactly what this was costing her. Hermione Granger, who valued her mind above everything, who had built her entire identity on her ability to think clearly and rationally and make sense of the world, she was losing the ability to trust her own feelings. And she hated it. And she hated that she couldn't hate him for it. Whatever you need, Harry said. However much distance. I understand. Hermione nodded. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. She blinked them back with the ferocity of someone who had decided, absolutely and irrevocably, that she was not going to cry. We have charms, she said. We're already late. Yeah. They walked to charms together, 5 feet apart, not speaking, and the hum in Harry's chest sang on. That night, Harry sat alone on his bed in the dormitory, curtains drawn. Ron's snoring filled the room. Outside the window, the September moon hung low and silver over the lake. He pressed his hand against his chest. The hum was louder in the dark. Stronger. Like it fed on stillness. He thought about Daphne's offer. The old books, the suppression techniques. He thought about Dumbledore's warning about the ministry. He thought about Hermione's face in the corridor, the canyon between them. He thought about Ginny's blazing eyes and her voice saying I won't do it again. Not for anyone. Not even for you. He thought about the second-year girl collapsing on the library floor. He thought about the measured, and records that went blank, and what happened to wizards who grew too powerful for the world to tolerate. And beneath all of it, beneath the fear and the guilt and the confusion, he felt it, the thing that terrified him most of all. The power. His power. Rising like a tide, vast and relentless, and he had no idea how to stop it. The moon slid behind a cloud. The dormitory went dark. Harry Potter lay in the darkness and burned. Chapter 2, Resonance. Harry woke to the sound of screaming. Not real screaming, dream screaming, his own, locked behind his teeth. He sat up in bed, drenched in sweat, and the hum in his chest was roaring. Not humming anymore. Roaring. Like someone had turned the volume knob all the way up while he slept. The dormitory was dark. Ron was snoring. Neville's bed curtains were still. Seamus muttered something about quaffles and rolled over. Nobody had heard Harry's silent nightmare, and that was fine, that was normal, but what wasn't normal was the way the air felt. Heavy. Charged. Like the moment before lightning strikes. Harry looked at his hands. In the thin moonlight leaking through the window, he could see it, a faint shimmer along his skin, like heat rising off summer tarmac. He blinked. It was still there. He pressed his palms together and felt warmth where there should have been cool skin. He checked the time. 4 a.m. 3 hours until breakfast, which he wasn't going to anyway. He got dressed in the dark, pulled on his invisibility cloak, and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. The castle at 4 a.m. was a different creature. The portraits slept in their frames, the corridors were lit by guttering torches that cast long, twitching shadows. Harry moved silently, years of sneaking around after curfew had made him good at this, and headed for the only place he could think of where he wouldn't affect anyone. The room of requirement. He paced the 7th floor corridor 3 times. I need a place where my magic can't reach anyone. I need a place where I can't hurt anyone. The door appeared, heavy, iron-banded, more like a vault than a room. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The room had given him a stone chamber, roughly circular, with walls that seemed to absorb light. No windows. No portraits. The air was thick and still, and when Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak and let the hum in his chest do what it wanted, the walls seemed to drink it in. He felt the pressure ease immediately. The roaring subsided to its usual low pulse. He sat on the cold stone floor and breathed. This was going to be his life now. Hiding in a magic-proof box at 4 a.m. because his own power was a weapon he couldn't sheath. He'd fought a basilisk, faced Voldemort 4 times, watched Cedric die, watched Sirius die, and none of it, had made him feel as helpless as this. He pulled out his wand and held it loosely. The Hollywood was warm to the touch. It always was, but now it was warmer. Almost hot. Like the wand was struggling to contain what was flowing through it. He pointed it at the far wall. Lumos. The spell should have produced a soft, steady light at the wand tip. Instead, the entire room flooded white. Blazing, blinding white, like he'd summoned the sun. Harry yelped and cancelled the spell, blinking spots from his eyes. He tried again. Lumos. Gentler this time, barely whispering it, putting as little intent behind it as possible. The room lit up like a stadium. Bloody hell, Harry muttered, and cancelled it again. He sat in the dark for a while after that, turning his wand over in his fingers, thinking about power and control and the vast, terrifying gap between them. The room of requirement became his refuge over the next 3 days. He went there every morning before dawn, spending an hour or two sitting in the silence, letting his magic bleed off into the absorbing walls. It helped, not enough, but enough to get through the day without causing another library incident. He started thinking of it as pressure relief, like opening a valve on an overheating boiler. Classes were manageable if he sat in the back. He'd figured that much out by Wednesday. Distance mattered. The further he was from the witches in the room, the less they were affected. He started choosing seats strategically, always the last row, always near the door. Ron thought he was being antisocial. Hermione understood and said nothing about it. She'd been true to her word about distance. They hadn't had a real conversation since the corridor outside Dumbledore's office. She sat at the front of every class, as far from Harry as possible, and buried herself in work with a ferocity that was extreme even by her standards. In the common room, she kept to a corner by the window, surrounded by towers of books, and when Harry entered, she'd flinch, just slightly, just a tightening around her eyes, and then force herself to relax. It was killing him. Not the distance itself, but the knowledge that she was fighting a battle every second of every day just to be in the same room as him, and she was doing it alone because she was too proud and too stubborn to admit she needed help. Ron, bless him, had no idea what was going on. He knew something was off. He wasn't stupid, whatever people assumed, but he'd attributed it to post-summer weirdness and the general stress of 6th year. Harry hadn't told him about the resonance. He didn't know how. Hey Ron, so apparently my magic is so powerful that every girl in the school can feel it and it's driving them mental. Pass the bacon. Wednesday afternoon, Harry skipped history of magic, Binns wouldn't notice, and went to the room of requirement. He'd been there for about 20 minutes, sitting against the wall, eyes closed, when the door opened. He was on his feet with his wand drawn before the door had finished swinging. Daphne Greengrass stepped through, carrying a leather satchel that looked older than the castle. She stopped when she saw his wand, raised one eyebrow, and closed the door behind her. "How did you find me?" Harry demanded. "I followed you yesterday morning. Invisibility cloak is good, but you left footprints in the dew on the 7th floor. Took me a day to figure out the room." She set the satchel down on the stone floor. "I told you to think about my offer. It's been 3 days. Have you thought?" Harry lowered his wand. "I've been busy. You've been hiding. No judgment in her voice. Just observation. And it's not working. You were better the first 2 days, but today in potions, Tracy Davis couldn't light her cauldron because her hands were shaking too hard. And she was sitting 6 rows away from you. Harry said nothing. Daphne knelt and opened the satchel. Inside were books, 4 of them, each bound in leather of a different color. Dark green, deep brown, faded blue, and one that was almost black. They were old. Not Hogwarts library old, where the age was mostly cosmetic. These were genuinely old, the leather cracked and soft, the pages yellowed to the color of weak tea. The Greengrass collection, Daphne said. My grandmother's grandmother started it. Every generation adds what they can find. Most of it's family history, bloodline records, boring stuff. But these 4 are different. She laid them out in a row. These are about the resonance. Harry crouched down and looked at the books without touching them. Why does your family have these? Why do you care about the resonance? Because the Greengrass women have always had it strongly. Most witches barely notice, a flutter here, a warmth there. My mother can walk into a room and tell you the magical strength of every wizard in it. My grandmother could do it from 100 meters away. Daphne sat cross-legged on the stone floor, apparently unconcerned about the cold. I inherited it. Not as strong as my mother, but strong enough. Strong enough that sitting in a classroom with you feels like standing in front of an open furnace. She said it matter-of-factly, the way you described the weather. Harry found himself oddly grateful for that. No drama, no anguish, no tearful confessions. Just facts. So this is personal for you, he said. Everything is personal. People who pretend otherwise are lying. She tapped the dark green book. This one is the most useful. Written by a witch named Elara Greengrass in 1743. She documented a case, a wizard in her village whose power grew beyond normal limits. Sound familiar? What happened to him? She helped him. Taught him to compress his aura, contain it, project it inward instead of outward. It took months, and it wasn't perfect. She writes that strong emotions could still cause flare-ups, but he learned to live normally. People could be around him without losing their minds. And the ministry? Daphne's expression cooled. The ministry found out eventually. Elara's account ends abruptly. The next entry in the family records, written by her daughter, says only that Elara went away and the wizard was dealt with. Harry stared at the book. That's not encouraging. It's not meant to be encouraging. It's meant to be motivating. She pushed the green book toward him. Read this. The suppression techniques start on page 47. They're not spells, they're mental exercises. Visualization. Learning to feel the shape of your own aura and pull it inward. Harry picked up the book. It was lighter than he'd expected, the leather warm under his fingers. He opened it to the first page. The handwriting was small and precise, the ink faded to brown, and the language was archaic but readable. I'll need to practice with someone who can tell me if it's working, he said. I know. Daphne stood, brushing off her robes. That's why I'm here. Tuesdays and Thursdays, after dinner. We'll use this room. You practice, I'll tell you what I feel. She picked up the satchel and slung it over her shoulder. Don't be late. And Potter? Yeah. Don't tell Granger about the books. Not yet. Harry frowned. Why not? Because Granger is brilliant, but she's also affected. Badly. I watched her in arithmancy yesterday, she miscalculated a runic sequence. Granger. Miscalculating. If she sees these books, she'll want to study them, and studying them means spending time near you in an enclosed space, and right now that's the last thing she needs. It was a reasonable argument, and Harry hated that it was a reasonable argument. Fine. For now. Daphne nodded and left. The door sealed behind her, and Harry was alone again with the books and the hum and the suffocating weight of a problem that had no easy solution. He opened the green book to page 47 and began to read. Thursday came too fast and too slow at the same time. Harry had spent every spare minute with Elara Greengrass's book, reading by wandlight in his four-poster after the others fell asleep. The suppression techniques were described in dense, careful prose, and they were nothing like anything he'd learned at Hogwarts. The core idea was simple: a wizard's magical aura naturally radiated outward, like heat from a flame. For most people, the radiation was faint enough to be imperceptible. For someone like Harry, it was a bonfire. The goal was to learn to reverse the flow, to pull the aura inward, compress it, hold it tight against the core instead of letting it spill into the environment. Elara compared it to breathing. You breathe out naturally, without thinking. But you can choose to hold your breath. The trick was learning to hold your magical breath without suffocating. The first exercise was visualization. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Feel your magic, not as an abstract concept, but as a physical presence. Find its edges. Find where you end and the aura begins. Harry had tried it Wednesday night, sitting in his bed with the curtains drawn. He'd closed his eyes, slowed his breathing, and reached inward. What he found terrified him. His magic wasn't a candle flame. It wasn't even a bonfire. It was an ocean. Vast, dark, churning, stretching in every direction without visible limit. And at the center of it, at the very core, where the power was densest, there was something wrong. A knot. A tangle. A place where two different currents collided and generated a maelstrom of energy that spiraled outward in waves. He'd opened his eyes gasping, his scar burning, and hadn't tried again. Thursday evening, he went to the room of requirement at 7. Daphne was already there, sitting on a conjured cushion with her legs crossed and her wand resting on her knee. The room had provided them a better space this time, still stone-walled and absorbing, but warmer, with a thick rug on the floor and a pair of torches that gave off steady golden light. "You've been reading," Daphne said. "Not a question. How can you tell?" "Your aura is slightly different. Not smaller, more aware. Like you know it's there now." She gestured to a cushion across from her. "Sit. We'll start with the first exercise." Harry sat. They were 6 feet apart, which seemed to be Daphne's preferred distance. Close enough to feel him, far enough to function. "Close your eyes," she said. "Find your core. You've done this before." "Once. It was terrifying." "I know. Elara writes about it. The first time you really look at your own magic, it's like looking over a cliff. But you have to do it again." Harry closed his eyes. He breathed. He reached inward. The ocean was still there. Vast and dark and churning. He felt his pulse quicken and forced it back down. "I can feel you panicking," Daphne said from across the room. "Your aura just spiked. Whatever you're seeing, you need to accept it. Don't fight it. Don't try to control it yet. Just look." Harry looked. The ocean stretched around him, immense and powerful, and his. He let himself feel it, the sheer scale of what he was carrying. It should have been impossible. No 16-year-old should have this much raw magical energy. But the prophecy, the survivals, the Horcrux that he didn't yet know about, they'd all fed it, grown it, stoked it like bellows on a forge. "Now find the edges," Daphne said. "The place where your magic meets the air. Where it starts to radiate." He pushed outward. The ocean had a surface, he could feel it, a boundary between the dense, compressed power at his core and the thinner, wilder energy that bled out into the world. The surface was ragged. Torn. Huge plumes of magical energy were venting through gaps in his control like steam from a broken pipe. "I can feel it," he said. "The edges. They're damaged. Full of holes. That's what I've been sensing." Your aura doesn't radiate evenly, it erupts. In pulses. Like a heartbeat. A pause. Can you try to close one of the gaps? Just one. Imagine pressing your hand over it. Harry visualized it. A gap in the surface of his magic, energy pouring through. He imagined pressing his palm against it, like covering a hole in a bucket. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, he felt the flow reduce. Not stop, he couldn't stop it, but slow. A trickle instead of a torrent. There, Daphne said. Her voice sounded different. Lighter. I felt that. The pressure dropped. Just a bit, but it dropped. Harry opened his eyes. Daphne was staring at him with an expression he hadn't seen on her before, surprise, genuine and unguarded. What? He said. It took Alara's wizard 3 weeks to manage that. You did it in 5 minutes. Is that good? It means you're powerful enough to control this. Eventually. The surprise faded, replaced by her usual cool composure. But one gap isn't enough. You've got dozens. And every time your emotions spike, anger, fear, grief, new ones will open. The exercise has to become instinct. Automatic. Like a clemency for your aura instead of your mind. Great. Because I was so good at a clemency. The ghost of a smile. Snape's teaching methods were designed to make you fail. This is different. This is about understanding your own magic, not someone else attacking your mind. She stood, brushing off her robes. Practice closing gaps tonight. As many as you can. We'll meet again Saturday. Daphne. She paused at the door. Thank you, Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment. Something moved behind her eyes, the resonance, maybe, or something more personal, but she held it in check with the iron discipline that seemed to define everything about her. Don't thank me yet, she said. This is the easy part. She left. Harry stayed in the room of requirement for another hour, eyes closed, mapping the ragged surface of his magic and pressing his hands over the holes one by one. It was exhausting work, not physically, but mentally, like trying to hold 20 thoughts at once. Each time he sealed a gap, another would shiver open somewhere else. But by the end of the hour, the overall radiation was less. He could feel it. The pressure in the room, even the absorbing room, was lower. He opened his eyes and found his hands were shaking. Friday morning, he risked the Great Hall for the first time since Monday. The effect was noticeable, to him, at least. The reactions were still there, the lingering stares, the flushed cheeks, the slight hitch in conversation when he walked past. But they were muted. The desperate, unfocused quality was gone. Girls looked at him and then looked away again, confused but functional. No one stumbled. No one's wand sparked. Hermione noticed. She was sitting at the Gryffindor table with a plate of toast she'd barely touched, and when Harry sat down, far end, as much distance as possible, she looked up, and her eyes widened. Something's different, she said. Been practicing, Harry said, reaching for the bacon. Practicing what? He hesitated. Daphne had told him not to mention the books. But this was Hermione. Lying to Hermione felt wrong on a fundamental level, like kicking a puppy or reading the last page of a book first. Aura compression, he said carefully. Visualizing my magic and pulling it inward. I found some exercises. Hermione's eyes sharpened. Where? I've been looking for anything like that and there's almost nothing in the library. It was an old reference. I'll tell you more when I can. He saw the frustration flash across her face and added, quickly, it's not that I don't trust you. It's that the source asked me to keep it quiet for now, and I owe them that. The source. Hermione's voice was flat. Would this source happen to be a certain Slytherin with expensive boots and a superiority complex? Harry blinked. How did you? Because I'm not an idiot, Harry. I saw Greengrass follow you out of the library on Monday. And she's been looking at you differently since then, not with the resonance look. With a purpose look. I know that look. I wear it myself. Harry ate a piece of bacon and said nothing. Fine, Hermione said. She took a savage bite of toast. Keep your secrets. But when you're ready to let me help, actually help, not just be kept at arm's length, you know where to find me. She gathered her books and left the table, and Harry watched her go and felt the familiar ache in his chest that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the fact that Hermione Granger was his best friend and he was hurting her and there was nothing he could do about it. The owl arrived during lunch. Harry was sitting with Ron and Neville, making his way through a shepherd's pie, when a large tawny owl swept into the great hall and dropped a cream-colored envelope directly into the gravy boat. Ron fished it out with a grimace and handed it to Harry. The envelope was heavy, official-looking, sealed with dark blue wax stamped with a symbol Harry didn't recognize, a wand crossed with a measuring rod. Ministry, Ron said, leaning over. But that's not the regular seal. Harry broke the wax and unfolded the letter. The parchment was thick and formal, the handwriting printed in precise, impersonal type. Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to the attention of the Department of Magical Regulation that certain anomalous phenomena have been reported at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, potentially connected to an irregularity in your magical signature. Pursuant to Section 14(b) of the Magical Oversight Act of 1689, the department requests your cooperation in a routine assessment to be conducted at the school at a date to be determined. Please be advised that this assessment is standard procedure and does not imply wrongdoing on your part. Yours sincerely, Madam Aurelia Edgecombe, Senior Under-Secretary, Department of Magical Regulation. Harry read it twice. The words were polite, measured, and absolutely terrifying. Who's Aurelia Edgecombe? Ron asked, reading over his shoulder. Marietta's mother, Harry said quietly. Marietta, the one with sneak on her face. Her mum. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. His appetite was gone. The Department of Magical Regulation. Section 14(b). Routine assessment. He thought about Dumbledore's warning. About the measured. About records that went blank. I need to see Dumbledore, he said, and left the table without finishing his pie. But Dumbledore wasn't in his office. Harry gave the gargoyle every sweet he could think of, acid pops, sherbet lemons, cockroach clusters, and none of them worked. The gargoyle stared at him with stony indifference. He's gone, said a voice behind him. Harry turned. Professor McGonagall stood in the corridor, her expression tight. Gone where? Away. On business. He left this morning and didn't say when he'd return. She saw the look on Harry's face and added, more gently, he does this, Potter. He has responsibilities beyond the school. Harry pulled the letter from his pocket and held it out. McGonagall took it, read it, and her lips thinned to a line so narrow they nearly disappeared. Come to my office, she said. McGonagall's office was warm and orderly, exactly like the woman herself. Tartan biscuit tin on the desk, stern-looking portraits of former Transfiguration professors on the walls, a single vase of heather on the windowsill. She gestured Harry into a chair and sat behind her desk, the ministry letter spread in front of her. Aurelia Edgecombe, she said. I know her. We served on an interdepartmental committee together in '89. She is intelligent, ambitious, and utterly convinced that the ministry's primary role is to prevent magical catastrophe at any cost. Is she dangerous? She is effective. Which is worse? McGonagall read the letter again. Section 14(b). I haven't heard that statute invoked in decades. It gives the ministry authority to assess any witch or wizard whose magical output is deemed a potential threat to public safety. And if the assessment finds a threat? McGonagall removed her spectacles and rubbed the bridge of her nose. The statute allows for a range of interventions. Monitoring. Restriction. In extreme cases, magical binding. Binding? They can restrict your magical core. Permanently, if they choose. It's been done before, though rarely. She replaced her spectacles and fixed Harry with a look. It will not happen to you. Not while I have breath in my body. But we must be smart about this. Dumbledore said there's a department. The measured. McGonagall's face went still. Very, very still. Where did you hear that name? From Dumbledore. He warned me about them. The measured are. She stopped. Started again. They are a relic. A division from a darker time in Ministry history, when the government believed that power must be rationed. Controlled. That no individual should exceed what the collective could contain. She folded the letter precisely in half. I had believed them disbanded. If Dumbledore mentioned them, he has reason to think otherwise. What should I do? Continue your studies. Continue whatever you're doing to manage the aura. I noticed this morning that the effect was lessened. Good. The better you can control this before the Ministry arrives, the less ammunition they'll have. She leaned forward. And Potter, talk to me. If anything changes, if the Ministry contacts you again, you come to me. Not to an empty corridor. Not to the astronomy tower. To me. Harry nodded. He stood to leave, then paused. Professor. You said you can feel it too. The resonance. McGonagall's expression softened by a fraction of a degree. I am 67 years old, Potter. I have been teaching since before your parents were born. I have felt many powerful magical signatures in my time. She met his eyes. I have never felt anything like yours. Harry left her office with the Ministry letter burning a hole in his pocket and the word binding lodged in his brain like a splinter. He found Daphne in the library that evening. She was alone at a table near the restricted section, pretending to read a potions textbook. Harry slid into the chair across from her and pushed the Ministry letter across the table without a word. Daphne read it. Her face didn't change, but her fingers tightened on the edge of the parchment. Faster than I expected, she said. Someone tipped them off. 3 days into term. Pansy Parkinson. Daphne said it with absolute certainty. She's been a wreck since the train. Can't eat, can't sleep, furious about it. She sent an owl home Tuesday night. I saw her in the Ollery. How does Pansy writing home lead to the Ministry? Because Pansy's mother sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and the board has a direct reporting line to the Department of Magical Regulation. Daphne folded the letter and handed it back. Edgecombe will come in person. She'll want to see you, evaluate you, determine whether you're a threat. I'm not a threat. You made a 12-year-old faint by sitting near her. To the Ministry, that's the definition of a threat. Daphne leaned back in her chair. We need to accelerate the training. You need to be able to suppress your aura to near normal levels before they arrive. McGonagall said the same thing. McGonagall is smart. How much time do we have? The letter said at a date to be determined. Could be days, could be weeks. Assume days. We practice tomorrow. And Sunday. And every day after that until you can sit in a room full of witches without making their magic crawl out of their skin. Harry looked at her, this girl he'd barely spoken to for 5 years, who was now organizing his survival with the brisk efficiency of a general planning a campaign. Why are you doing this, Daphne? The real reason. Not the one about NEWTS and your sister. Something shifted in her expression. A crack in the composure. Because I know what it's like to feel something you didn't choose. To have your own senses betray you. She held his gaze. And because if the Ministry binds you, it won't stop with you. They'll start testing every student. Every witch who felt the resonance will be examined, catalogued, classified. My family's secret, the sensitivity we've carried for generations, will be exposed. My mother, my grandmother, my sister, they'll all be on the ministry's radar. She stood. I'm protecting my family, Potter. You just happen to be the best way to do that. She gathered her things and left, and Harry sat in the library and understood, finally, that Daphne Greengrass was not his friend. She was something potentially more useful, an ally with skin in the game. The weekend was a blur of practice. Saturday morning, Sunday afternoon, Saturday evening again when Harry couldn't sleep. The room of requirement provided what they needed, the absorbing walls, the cushions, the space. Daphne was a precise and merciless teacher. She told him when his aura spiked, when it contracted, when it pulsed. She described what she felt in clinical detail, warmth, pressure, a pulling sensation in her sternum, and Harry used that feedback to map the shape of his own magical field and learn to manipulate it. The gap-closing technique improved. By Sunday evening, Harry could hold a dozen sealed gaps simultaneously, reducing his ambient radiation by what Daphne estimated was 40%. The problem was sustainability. The moment his concentration slipped, a stray thought, a flash of emotion, anything, the gaps would burst open again and everything he'd built would collapse. It's like juggling, Harry said, frustrated, after the third collapse in an hour. Every time I think I've got it, I drop one. Then stop juggling and build a wall. Daphne was sitting with her eyes closed, her hands on her knees. She looked tired. Being this close to Harry's aura for hours at a time was taking a toll, even with the room's dampening. The individual gaps are symptoms. The problem is structural. Your aura doesn't have a solid boundary, it's porous. You need to build a container. Elara's book doesn't mention a container. Elara's wizard wasn't as powerful as you. He had small leaks. You have a blown-out wall. She opened her eyes. We need to try something different. Instead of sealing individual gaps, try creating a shell around the entire aura. One continuous barrier. Harry closed his eyes and reached inward. The ocean. The churning, vast, terrifying ocean of his own power. He'd gotten more comfortable with it over the past 2 days, still odd, still a little frightened, but no longer paralyzed. He could feel its surface, feel the dozens of gaps where energy vented outward. A shell. One continuous barrier. He visualized it, a sphere of will, pressed against the surface of his magic, containing it. Holding it in. He pushed. The magic resisted. It had been radiating freely for months, since the Department of Mysteries, probably longer, and it didn't want to be contained. It pushed back against his will like water against a dam, finding cracks, exploiting weaknesses. Harry pushed harder. His scar burned. The knot at the center of his magic, the tangle, the maelstrom, pulsed with something that felt almost like anger. Not his anger. Something else. Something other. Potter. Daphne's voice was sharp. Your aura just, what are you doing? It spiked. Massively. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed. The shell was forming, patchy and incomplete, but forming. He could feel it, a boundary, fragile as soap film, pressing against the surface of his magic. It's working, Daphne said. Her voice had changed. Breathless. I can feel it contracting. Keep going. He kept going. The shell thickened. The gaps sealed. The radiation dropped, he could feel it, could feel the warmth and pressure pulling inward, concentrating, compressing. The knot at his center screamed. Harry gasped and his eyes flew open. The shell shattered. Magic erupted outward in a wave, not visible, not to the eye, but the torches flared, the cushions flew, and Daphne was thrown backward off her seat, sliding across the stone floor until she hit the wall. Daphne. Harry scrambled to his feet. She was sitting against the wall, dazed, one hand pressed to the back of her head. He dropped to his knees beside her. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, stop apologizing and back up. She waved him away, wincing. Too close. You're too close. Harry backed up. 5 feet. 10. Daphne's breathing steadied. What was that? She asked. I don't know. I was building the shell and something at the center, it fought back. Like it didn't want to be contained. Daphne stared at him. Your own magic fought you. Not my magic. Something, inside it. Something that isn't me. A silence stretched between them. The torches had settled. The room was still. That's not in Alara's books, Daphne said quietly. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. They called it a night after that. Daphne left with a headache and a new wariness in her eyes. Harry stayed in the room for another hour, sitting in the dark, thinking about the knot. The tangle. The thing at the center of his magic that wasn't him. He thought about Voldemort in the Department of Mysteries. About the possession, those horrible seconds when the Dark Lord had been inside him, seeing through his eyes, speaking with his mouth. About the moment Harry's own magic had risen up and expelled him, not with technique but with raw, emotional force. Something had been left behind. Or something had been there all along. The thought was too big, too terrifying to hold, so Harry set it down carefully in the back of his mind and walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the dark. Monday brought Fleur Delacour. Harry was crossing the entrance hall, heading for lunch, when the great oak doors swung open and she walked in. Silver blonde hair, perfect posture, a traveling cloak trimmed in blue. She was accompanied by Tonks, whose hair was a subdued brown. She'd been muted since Sirius died, all the color drained out of her, and a man Harry didn't recognize, tall and thin with a ministry badge on his lapel. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Every male student in the entrance hall stumbled to a halt, eyes glazed, mouth slightly open. Ron, who was 3 steps behind Harry, walked into a pillar. Fleur, Harry said, surprised. She spotted him across the hall and her stride broke. Just for a second. She recovered quickly. Fleur was nothing if not composed, but Harry saw it. The same reaction every witch had been having, except more controlled. More aware. She crossed the hall directly to him, ignoring the staring boys and the whispered comments and Ron attempting to extract himself from the pillar with dignity. Harry. She kissed both his cheeks, a French greeting, nothing more, and pulled back. Her nostrils flared slightly. Something is different about you. So I've been told. Fleur studied him with eyes that were sharper than most people gave her credit for. Behind the beauty and the accent and the effortless glamour, Fleur Delacour was fiercely intelligent and magically gifted. She'd been a Triwizard champion. She'd fought at the Department of Mysteries with the Order. We need to speak, she said. Privately. What are you doing at Hogwarts? Order business. And now, it seems, something more. She glanced over her shoulder at Tonks and the ministry man. Come. Walk with me. They walked. Harry led her toward the lake, outside, open air, where his aura had room to dissipate. The September afternoon was cool and bright, leaves just beginning to turn at the edges of the forbidden forest. You feel it, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Of course I feel it. I am not merely a witch, Harry, I am Vila. 1/4, but enough. We are more sensitive to magical auras than any human witch. She walked beside him with long, easy strides. What you are radiating, it is extraordinary. And dangerous. I'm working on controlling it. Yes. How? He told her about Daphne, about Alara's books, about the visualization exercises and the shell that had shattered. Fleur listened with a concentration that reminded him of Hermione, the same fierce focus, differently channeled. Compression alone will not work, she said when he'd finished. I could have told you that. You are trying to contain the ocean in a bottle. The ocean will always win. Then what do I do? Fleur stopped walking. They were at the edge of the lake, and the water was dark and still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. You know what I am, she said. What Vila are. Part of what you are. Yeah. We radiate too. Not the same as you, our aura affects men, not women. The allure. You have felt it yourself. Harry thought of the Quidditch World Cup, the Triwizard Tournament, the way Fleur's presence could make every man in a room turn stupid. Yeah. Do you think I walk through life affecting every man I meet? Leaving them drooling and useless? Well, no. No. Because I learned, very young, to manage the allure. Not through compression. Not by trying to force it down or hold it in. She met his eyes. Through projection. Controlling the direction and intensity. Like a lantern, you cannot extinguish the flame, but you can close the shutters. Open them only where you choose. Harry stared at her. You can aim it. Aim is too simple a word. I shape it. Direct it. I choose who feels it and how much. At rest, my allure is barely detectable. When I choose to unleash it, she smiled, and for just a second, the full force of it hit Harry. Warmth. Beauty. An almost physical pull toward her. Then it was gone, snapped off like a switch. Like that. Can you teach me to do that with whatever I've got? It will not be identical. Your aura is not allure, it is raw magical power, and it follows different rules. But the principle is the same. She began walking again, back toward the castle. We begin tomorrow. I will be at Hogwarts for at least 2 weeks, enough time to give you the foundations. Why are you helping me? Fleur looked at him sideways. Because I know what it is like to affect people without wanting to. To walk into a room and change it simply by existing. To never know if someone is reacting to you or to what you are. Her voice was even, but something raw lived underneath it. It is the loneliest feeling in the world, Harry. I would not wish it on anyone. They reached the castle doors. Fleur paused and looked at him again with that piercing, Vila-sharp gaze. One more thing. The ministry man who arrived with me, his name is Cresswell. He is not here for order business. He was assigned to accompany me at the last moment by the Department of Magical Regulation. Her eyes hardened. They are watching you already. She swept inside. Harry stood on the steps, the autumn wind pulling at his robes, and thought about lanterns and shutters and a ministry that was closing in. Tuesday night. The room of requirement. Harry was 10 minutes early and pacing when the door opened and Daphne walked in, followed immediately by Fleur. Harry said, and then, seeing Daphne's face, you told her. She found me, Daphne said tightly. Apparently Vila can sense the resonance link between a witch and a wizard. She tracked it from me to you. Fleur closed the door with an elegant wave of her wand. Do not be angry with her. I gave her little choice. And I believe I can help more effectively if I understand the full picture. She looked around the room. This space is good. The walls dampen magical radiation. Yeah, Harry said. I asked for it. Then we begin. Fleur conjured a chair, ornate, high-backed, very French, and sat with the comfortable authority of someone used to running things. You have been working on compression. That was wise, and it has helped. But Daphne tells me you encountered resistance when you tried to build a full shell. Something at your core fought back. Harry glanced at Daphne. She met his gaze levelly. I told her, Daphne said. She needs to know. Describe it, Fleur said. Harry described the knot. The tangle. The feeling of something other at the center of his magic, something that had its own will and didn't want to be contained. Fleur listened with her head tilted, fingers steepled. Interesting, she said when he'd finished. And troubling. A foreign magical signature nested inside your own, that is not something I have encountered, but I have heard of it. In Vila lore, there are stories of curses that implant a fragment of the caster's magic in the victim. The result is a kind of contamination. Two magical sources generating interference patterns. Harry thought of the two currents colliding at his core. The maelstrom of energy spiraling outward. Could that be what's amplifying the resonance? Daphne asked. Not just the power itself, but the interference between two sources. It would explain the intensity, Fleur said. A single powerful aura would trigger the resonance, yes. But two auras in conflict, the dissonance, the friction, that would generate far more ambient radiation. She looked at Harry. Do you know what this foreign presence is? Harry's scar prickled. The word Horcrux formed in his mind, unbidden, though he didn't know the word yet. Didn't know what it meant. Just felt it, a dark syllable, heavy with meaning, lurking at the edge of his consciousness like something waiting to be discovered. No, he said. Not yet. Then we work around it. The shell approach will not function if the foreign signature resists containment. Instead, we focus on projection control, the shutter technique. You learn to shape your aura's output rather than suppress it entirely. Fleur stood and moved her chair aside. Come. Stand in the center of the room. Harry stood. Fleur positioned herself 10 feet away, directly in front of him. Daphne moved to the side, equidistant. Close your eyes, Fleur said. Find your aura's surface. You know how to do this. Harry closed his eyes. Found the ocean. Found the ragged, porous surface where his magic met the world. Now. Instead of sealing the gaps, instead of trying to contain everything, I want you to choose a direction. Pick one gap. The one nearest to me. And push energy through it. Deliberately. You want me to increase the radiation? In one direction, yes. Trust me. Harry found a gap facing Fleur's position. He pushed. Magic flowed through it, a directed stream instead of a diffuse cloud. Good, Fleur said. Her voice was slightly strained. I feel it. Strongly. Now, the other gaps. The ones facing Daphne and the walls. Close them. Harry reached for the other gaps and pressed them shut, one by one, while maintaining the directed flow toward Fleur. It was like patting his head and rubbing his stomach simultaneously, two opposing actions that fought each other for attention. I feel it dropping on my side, Daphne said. Significantly. It's almost normal. And it is very much not normal over here, Fleur said dryly. Reduce the flow toward me. Gently. Like turning down a lamp. Harry eased back on the directed stream. Less. Less. Until it was a trickle. Better, Fleur said. Now hold this configuration. Open your eyes. Harry opened his eyes. He was standing in the center of the room of requirement, directing his magical aura like a searchlight, and both women were looking at him with expressions of cautious, surprised hope. How does it feel? Daphne asked. Like holding 3 conversations at once. His temples were throbbing. But it's working. I can feel the difference. It is working, Fleur confirmed. The key is to learn this so thoroughly that it becomes unconscious. Like breathing. You must be able to walk through a corridor full of people and automatically shape your aura around them, minimizing contact. How long will that take? With natural allure control, Vila children learn it by age 7 or 8. You are starting late and your power is vastly stronger. Weeks, at minimum. Months, more likely. I might not have months. The ministry, I know about the ministry. Fleur's voice cooled. Cresswell has been asking questions. He spoke to Pomfrey about the second-year incident. He spoke to Slughorn about your performance in potions. He is building a file. Harry's stomach tightened. Then we work faster, Daphne said. Every evening. No excuses. Fleur nodded. Agreed. And Harry, the foreign presence in your core. You must find out what it is. Everything we build will be temporary if the source of the amplification remains unchecked. The session ended at midnight. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower with his head pounding and his magic thrumming and the word he didn't know yet, Horcrux, pulsing in the dark at the center of everything. He climbed through the portrait hole and found Hermione sitting alone by the dying fire, a book open in her lap, waiting for him. "Where have you been?" she asked. "Not angry. Tired. Practicing. With Greengrass. And Fleur. She arrived yesterday. She's been teaching me aura projection. Shaping the output instead of just suppressing it." Hermione's expression was complicated. Relief, that he was making progress. Hurt, that she hadn't been included. And underneath both, the ever-present tension, the resonance pulling at her, even now, even across a room, even at midnight when she was exhausted and her defenses were low. "I want to help," she said. "I know. Then let me." "Hermione, you can barely be in the same room as me without, I know what I can barely do." Her voice sharpened. "I know exactly what it costs me to sit here right now. Do you think I'm not aware? Do you think I haven't catalogued every single symptom, every involuntary reaction, every moment when my own mind betrays me?" She closed the book. Her hands were trembling. "I have spent the past week fighting this thing every waking moment, and I am winning, Harry. It's not easy and it's not fun and some nights I lie in bed and want to scream because I can still feel you 3 floors away. But I am winning. And I refuse to be sidelined because you and Greengrass decided I'm too fragile to handle it." The fire popped. An ember landed on the hearthrug and glowed briefly before dying. "You're not fragile," Harry said quietly. "You're the strongest person I know. Then treat me like it." Harry looked at her, really looked, past the tired eyes and the trembling hands, past the resonance that crackled between them like static electricity. He saw Hermione. Stubborn, brilliant, fierce Hermione, who had punched Malfoy and brewed Polyjuice Potion and faced down Death Eaters and never, not once, let fear stop her from doing what needed to be done. "Tomorrow," he said. "Room of requirement. 7 o'clock. Bring your research." The smile that broke across her face was small and fierce and entirely her own, not the resonance, not the pull, just Hermione being Hermione. "I'll be there," she said. She stood, gathered her book, and walked toward the girls' staircase. At the bottom step, she paused. "Harry?" "Yeah. The thing at your core. The foreign presence. I think I know what it might be." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "I've been reading about soul magic. Dark soul magic. There's a term, I found it in a book that shouldn't have been in the restricted section. I think someone made a mistake shelving it." She gripped the banister. "The term is Horcrux." The word landed in the room like a stone in still water. Harry felt his scar burn. Felt the knot at his center twist. Felt the hum surge and then, with an effort of will that left him dizzy, pushed it back down. "What is it?" he asked. Hermione's face was pale. "A fragment of a soul. Stored in an object. Or, theoretically, in a person." She met his eyes. "I think there's a piece of Voldemort inside you, Harry. And I think it's the reason every witch in this castle can feel you burning." The fire died. The common room went cold. Harry stood in the darkness and felt the thing inside him pulse, alien, hungry, and very much alive. Chapter 3, The Measured Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in his four-poster with the curtains drawn, staring at the dark canopy above, and turned the word over and over in his mind like a stone in his hand. Horcrux. A fragment of a soul. Voldemort's soul. Inside him. It explained everything and nothing. The hum that had started after the Department of Mysteries, or had it started before that, so quietly he'd never noticed. The connection he'd always had with Voldemort, the scar, the visions, the parcel tongue. The knot at the center of his magic, the foreign presence that fought back when he tried to contain it. A piece of Tom Riddle had been living inside him for 15 years. Harry pressed his palm flat against his scar. It was warm. Not burning, the way it did when Voldemort was angry or close, just warm. A low, constant heat, like an ember that had never quite gone out. He thought about Ginny. About an 11-year-old girl pouring her secrets into a diary that ate them and gave back a piece of Voldemort in return. It was like someone else's hand on my steering wheel, she'd said. Harry understood that now in a way he hadn't before. He'd had someone else's hand on his steering wheel since he was a baby. He just hadn't known it. Ron's snoring stuttered, broke, resumed. Somewhere outside, an owl called across the grounds. Harry lay in the dark and felt the thing inside him breathe. He found Hermione before breakfast. She was in the library, of course she was in the library, at the same back table, surrounded by the same fortress of books. But this morning, there was a new addition to her collection, a slim, black-covered volume with no title on the spine, propped open against a stack of others. She was copying from it furiously, her quill scratching across parchment at a pace that suggested she was afraid the book might vanish. Harry sat down across from her. She flinched, the usual flinch, the resonance tug, and then steadied herself with a visible act of will. "I've been here since 4, she said without looking up. "Couldn't sleep." "Me neither." "I found more." She pushed a sheet of parchment toward him, covered in her small, precise handwriting. Horcruxes are mentioned in exactly 3 books in the entire Hogwarts library, and 2 of those references are single sentences that say nothing useful. The third, she tapped the black book. This one. Secrets of the Darkest Art. It was in the restricted section, miscategorized under potions theory. Someone, Dumbledore, I think, tried to remove all copies from the library years ago. He missed this one. Harry looked at her notes. The clinical language couldn't disguise the horror of what she'd found. A Horcrux was created by splitting the soul through the act of murder. The fragment was then stored in an object, anchoring the creator to life even if their body was destroyed. It was the darkest magic imaginable, a violation of the fundamental laws of life and death. Voldemort made one, Harry said. And it's in me. At least one. The book suggests, Hermione's voice wavered, just slightly. The book suggests that the process can be repeated. That someone sufficiently damaged could create multiple Horcruxes. The implications of that hit Harry like a wall. If Voldemort had made more than one, if pieces of his soul were scattered across multiple objects, then killing him would require finding and destroying every single one. The prophecy, neither can live while the other survives, suddenly seemed less like a destiny and more like a prison sentence. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Harry said. "Obviously." "But Harry," Hermione set down her quill. Her eyes were red-rimmed, exhausted, but fierce. "The Horcrux inside you. If it's what's amplifying the resonance, if the interference between your soul and his is what's generating all this, then the only way to truly stop it is to remove the fragment." "How?" "I don't know yet. The book describes how to create a Horcrux, not how to extract one from a living host. I'm not sure it's ever been done." They sat with that for a moment. The library was still empty, too early for most students, and the silence was thick and heavy. "There's something else," Hermione said. She pulled another sheet of parchment from her stack. "I cross-referenced the resonance descriptions from the books Greengrass mentioned. Yes, I figured out she's your source, don't look at me like that, with the historical accounts of the measured. I found a pattern." She pushed the parchment across. It was a timeline, stretching back centuries, with names and dates marked in different colors. Every wizard the measure targeted had an unusually strong magical signature, Hermione said. That's well documented. But look at this. She pointed to 3 names, circled in red. Emmerich the Evil. 1302, described as possessing a dual nature that drove witches to madness. The Measured hunted him for 6 years before he was killed. Her finger moved down. Godlot. 1357, known to have experimented with soul magic. His magical aura was described as fractured, as though 2 fires burned where one should be. She looked up at Harry. Sound familiar? You think they had Horcruxes too? I think there's a connection between soul magic and the kind of extreme resonance you're generating. The dual aura. The interference pattern. It's not just about being powerful, it's about being two. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but a sound from the library entrance cut him off. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Moving with purpose. Hermione swept her notes into her bag with practiced speed. The black book vanished. Harry didn't see where she put it, but one moment it was on the table and the next it was gone. By the time the footsteps reached their section, the table held nothing but 2 ordinary students doing ordinary morning revision. It was Madame Pants, leading 3 people Harry had never seen before. 2 men and a woman. The men wore identical dark blue robes with the ministry seal on the breast. The woman was in her 50s, sharp-featured, with steel-gray hair cut close to her skull and eyes that swept the library like searchlights. "This way, Madam Edgecombe," Pants said, her voice carrying the thin disapproval she reserved for anyone who wasn't a book. "The headmaster's office is on the 2nd, I know where the headmaster's office is. I attended this school." The woman's voice was clipped and precise. Her gaze passed over Hermione without interest, landed on Harry, and stopped. Harry felt it, not the resonance, but something else. Recognition. Calculation. The look of someone who had found exactly what they were looking for. "Mr. Potter," Madam Edgecombe said. "How fortunate. I was going to send for you after meeting with the headmaster, but since you're here, I'm Aurelia Edgecombe, Department of Magical Regulation. I believe you received my letter." "I did." "Good. Then you know why I'm here." Her eyes hadn't left his face. The 2 ministry men flanked her like bookends, hands resting near their wands. "We'll be conducting a standard assessment of your magical output over the next several days. Nothing invasive. Observation, measurement, a few diagnostic spells. All perfectly routine." "Routine for whom?" Hermione said sharply. Edgecombe's gaze shifted to her. "And you are?" "Hermione Granger. Prefect. Harry's friend. And I'd like to know under what specific authority you're conducting this assessment, because Section 14(b) of the Magical Oversight Act requires written consent from either the subject or their magical guardian before any diagnostic procedures can be performed on a minor." A silence fell. Madame Pants looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. The 2 ministry men exchanged a glance. Edgecombe's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes, surprise, perhaps, that a 16-year-old knew the statute better than most ministry employees. "Miss Granger," Edgecombe said, "I appreciate your diligence. However, Section 14(b) was amended in 1987 to include an exception for cases involving potential public safety concerns. Mr. Potter's magical signature has been flagged as anomalous by multiple independent sources. The amendment grants the department authority to conduct preliminary assessment without prior consent, provided we file a formal notice with the Board of Governors within 48 hours. She smiled thinly. "Which was filed yesterday." Hermione's jaw tightened. She knew the statute. She hadn't known about the amendment. Harry could see it in her eyes, the frustration of being outmaneuvered on her own terrain. "I'd like to see the headmaster before any assessment begins," Harry said. "Of course. I was on my way there myself." Edgecombe turned to Pants. "Madam, please direct us." They left. Harry waited until the footsteps had faded, then looked at Hermione. Amended in 1987, Hermione muttered. Post-war legislation. They passed dozens of amendments in the 80s, most of them expanding ministry authority. I should have checked, you can't know everything. I can certainly try. She stood, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Go to Dumbledore. Tell him about the Horcrux, everything I found. He needs to know before Edgecombe gets to him. She paused. And Harry? Be careful around her. She's not Umbridge. She's not going to simper and lie and pretend to be your friend. She's going to be polite, professional, and completely willing to have you bound if she decides you're a danger. How do you know that? Because that's what I'd do, if I were in her position and I didn't know you. Hermione's expression was grim. She thinks she's protecting people. That makes her more dangerous than someone who's just being cruel. Harry reached Dumbledore's office 10 minutes later, slightly out of breath from taking the stairs 3 at a time. The gargoyle leapt aside at pair drops, and he rode the spiral staircase up with his heart hammering. The door was open. Inside, Dumbledore stood behind his desk, and Madame Edgecombe sat in the visitor's chair with her 2 ministry men stationed by the door. The conversation stopped when Harry appeared. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore said. His tone was warm, but his eyes held a warning. Careful. Madame Edgecombe and I were just discussing the parameters of her visit. Please, come in. Harry entered. The ministry men shifted, creating an opening, and he felt their eyes track him, not with the resonance, but with the professional wariness of people who'd been briefed on a potential threat. I was explaining to the headmaster, Edgecombe said, that our assessment will be minimally disruptive. My team will observe Mr. Potter's interactions, conduct periodic aura readings, and interview affected students on a voluntary basis. We're not here to cause trouble. The ministry's definition of trouble and mine have historically diverged, Dumbledore said mildly. Indeed. Which is why I'd like to be transparent about our process. Edgecombe turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, I want to be direct with you. We've received reports, from multiple sources, that your magical presence is causing involuntary reactions in female students. Loss of concentration. Emotional instability. In one case, physical collapse. These are not trivial concerns. I know they're not, Harry said. I've been working on controlling it. So I've heard. And I appreciate the effort. But self-regulation of an anomalous magical signature has no precedent in modern records. We need to understand what's happening before we can determine appropriate measures. Appropriate measures, Harry repeated. Like binding. Edgecombe's expression didn't waver. Binding is one tool in a range of options. It is not our preferred outcome, nor our first resort. But I won't lie to you, if your magical output continues to affect the student population at current levels, we will have to consider every available option. The words hung in the air. Dumbledore's injured hand rested on the desk, blackened fingers curled loosely. Fawkes watched from his perch with ancient, unblinking eyes. Madame Edgecombe, Dumbledore said, I believe Harry has something he'd like to discuss with me privately. Perhaps your team could begin their preliminary survey of the castle while we talk. Professor McGonagall has offered to serve as your liaison. It was a dismissal, wrapped in courtesy. Edgecombe recognized it, her lips thinned, but she stood with grace. Of course. We'll begin our observations during morning classes. She looked at Harry one more time. I'll want to speak with you again soon, Mr. Potter. Formally. She left, her ministry men falling into step behind her. The door closed. The office was quiet except for the whirring of silver instruments and the soft rustle of Fawkes shifting on his perch. Sit, Dumbledore said. And for the first time, Harry heard something in his voice that he'd never heard before. Weariness. Not the gentle, theatrical tiredness that Dumbledore sometimes performed. Real exhaustion. Harry sat. Sir, Hermione found something. About what's inside me. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. The weariness didn't leave, but something alert and focused rose above it. She found a book, Harry continued. About Horcruxes. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. Dumbledore stared at him. For a long, terrible moment, the old man's face was completely unguarded, and what Harry saw there was not surprise. It was the expression of someone whose worst suspicion had just been confirmed by the last person he wanted to hear it from. "You knew," Harry said. "I suspected." Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. "For some time, I have suspected. The connection between you and Voldemort, the Parseltongue, the visions, the scar, these were always too intimate, too profound, to be explained by the mere rebounding of a curse." He rose and moved to the cabinet behind his desk. He opened it, revealing a shallow stone basin carved with runes. "The pensieve. I have been collecting evidence. Memories. Trying to piece together the full extent of what Tom Riddle did to his own soul." "How many?" Harry asked. "How many Horcruxes?" Dumbledore carried the pensieve to the desk and set it down carefully. "I believe, 6. Possibly 7, if we count you. 7 pieces of Voldemort's soul scattered across the world. 7 anchors keeping the darkest wizard of the age tethered to life. And one of them was lodged inside Harry like a splinter he couldn't reach. Sir, the resonance, the effect I'm having on the witches, Hermione thinks it's because of the Horcrux. The interference between my magic and the fragment is what's generating the aura. If she's right, then no amount of training will permanently fix this. Not unless we destroy the fragment. Hermione Granger is, as usual, almost certainly correct." Dumbledore sank back into his chair. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. "I had planned to share this information with you gradually, over the course of the year. The private lessons I mentioned. But events have accelerated. The Ministry. The Ministry is a problem. Aurelia Edgecombe is not unintelligent, and she is not without principles, which makes her far more dangerous than Fudge or Umbridge. She genuinely believes she is protecting students." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "If she discovers the truth about the Horcrux, that you carry a fragment of Voldemort's soul, the consequences would be catastrophic. Not just for you, but for the war. If the Ministry knows about Horcruxes, Voldemort will know they know. He will move to protect the others. Our chance to destroy them will be lost. So what do? We maintain the cover story. Your power is growing, that much is true, and it's a sufficient explanation for the resonance. We do not mention Horcruxes. We do not mention soul fragments. We allow Edgecombe to conduct her assessment, demonstrate your improving control, and give her enough to satisfy her report without revealing the truth. And the Horcrux inside me?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, a single, low note that resonated in Harry's chest and made the hum falter, just for a moment. Like a discordant note briefly overridden by harmony. "That," Dumbledore said, "is a problem I do not yet have a solution for. But I will find one, Harry. I promise you that." It was the first time Dumbledore had ever made him a promise that sounded like it might cost the old man everything to keep. Harry left the office with the Horcrux knowledge sitting in his gut like a stone. The corridor outside was empty, classes had started, and he was late for Transfiguration. He didn't go. Instead, he walked. Through corridors, past classrooms, up staircases and down others, moving without destination, trying to process the enormity of what he'd learned. 7 Horcruxes. A piece of Voldemort's soul nestled behind his scar since he was 15 months old. The reason every witch in the castle could feel him burning, not just his power, but the violent friction of 2 souls crammed into one body. And the Ministry, closing in, measuring and cataloguing and preparing to do God knew what if they decided he was too dangerous to walk free. He ended up at the lake. The October air was crisp and clean, and the water was dark and still, and on the bank, sitting cross-legged with her shoes off and her bare feet in the grass, was Luna Lovegood. She didn't look up when he approached. She was gazing at the lake with her usual dreamy expression, her dirty blonde hair loose around her shoulders, a copy of the Quibbler open on her lap but clearly unread. Harry sat down beside her. Not too close, he was always conscious of distance now, but close enough to talk. "Hello, Harry," Luna said. "You look like someone who's just been told something dreadful. Is it that obvious?" "Only to people who look." She turned to him, and her wide, pale eyes were clear and calm. No resonance flicker. No flushed cheeks, no white knuckles, no desperate fight for control. Luna looked at him the way she always had, with open, uncomplicated warmth. "You're not affected," Harry said. By whatever I'm doing." "Oh, I feel it. I've felt it since the train." Luna smiled. "But it doesn't bother me the way it bothers the others. It's rather lovely, actually. Like standing in sunlight." Harry stared at her. "Everyone else is losing their minds, and you think it's lovely?" "Well, it depends on how you look at it, doesn't it? The others are fighting it. Resisting. That's what makes it hurt. They feel your magic reaching for them and they push back, and the collision is what causes the distress." She tilted her head. "I don't push back. I just, let it be. Like wind. You don't have to fight wind. You can just stand in it." It was such a perfectly Luna thing to say that Harry almost laughed. "Almost. Can I ask you something?" he said. "You just did, but you can ask another. When you feel it, what I'm radiating, what does it look like to you? Do you see anything?" Luna considered this. She had a way of treating every question as if it deserved genuine thought, no matter how strange. "I see colors," she said. "Most people have an aura that's one color, they don't know it, but they do. Ron is orange. Hermione is a sort of bright amber. Professor McGonagall is silver." She looked at Harry. "You're gold. Very bright gold, like the sun at noon." "Just gold?" "No." Luna's voice softened. "There's something else. Underneath the gold, wrapped around it like a vine. It's dark. Not black, more like a very deep green, the color of something that's been in the dark too long. And it moves. The gold is steady, but the green twists and pulses." She met his eyes. "They don't get along, your two colors. They're fighting each other. And the fight is what everyone else is feeling. Two auras. One golden, his. One dark, Voldemort's. Wrapped around each other, generating the interference pattern that Hermione had theorized and Fleur had sensed." "Can you see where the dark one comes from?" Harry asked. "Where it's centered." Luna reached out and, very gently, touched his forehead. Her finger rested on his scar. "Here," she said. "It comes from here. Like roots growing down from a scar in a tree." Harry's breath caught. Luna withdrew her hand and returned to gazing at the lake as if she'd said nothing more remarkable than commenting on the weather. "Luna, you should know, the thing you're seeing, the dark aura, it's dangerous. It's not just a color. It's a piece of someone else's soul." "Yes, I thought it might be something like that." She said it with the same serene calm. "The Nargles don't go near it, you know. They like you very much, but they won't touch the dark part. Animals are clever about that sort of thing." Harry didn't know what to do with that, so he just sat beside her on the bank and watched the lake and let the autumn wind cool the burning in his chest. For a few minutes, with Luna's uncanny calm beside him, the hum dimmed to something almost bearable. "Harry," Luna said eventually. "Yeah. The dark color has been growing. Since you arrived. Slowly, but I can see it, the roots are spreading. Deeper into the gold." She looked at him with absolute clarity in her pale eyes. "Whatever you're going to do about it, you should do it soon." The next 2 days were a gauntlet. Edgecombe's team spread through the castle like a quiet infection. The 2 ministry men, whose names turned out to be Briggs and Fellows, attended classes, sitting in the back with clipboards and neutral expressions. They didn't interfere. They just watched. Noted. Measured. Briggs had a small silver device that he pointed at Harry periodically, like a thermometer, and jotted down readings. It was maddening. Harry sat in charms trying to focus on non-verbal casting while Briggs pointed the silver thing at him from the back row and scribbled furiously. Flitwick noticed, of course he noticed, but said nothing. The professors had been informed of the ministry's presence and instructed to cooperate, presumably on Dumbledore's orders. Harry's aura training continued every evening. Tuesday, he worked with Fleur alone while Daphne studied for an arithmancy exam. The projection technique was improving. He could now direct his aura to one side of a room and leave the other relatively clean, though it required constant concentration. Fleur was a demanding teacher, precise and unsparing, but she also knew when to push and when to let him rest. "You are clenching," she told him during a particularly difficult exercise. He was trying to maintain a compressed aura while walking, moving and controlling at the same time. "Your whole body is rigid. Magic flows like water, Harry. You cannot force water through a pipe by squeezing it. Then how? Guide it. Imagine the channel and let the magic follow. Like this." She demonstrated, something Harry couldn't see but could feel. Her Vela allure expanded briefly, touched him like warm silk, and then retreated. Controlled. Effortless. "I am not pushing. I am shaping. The allure wants to flow, I simply tell it where." Harry tried again. Relaxed his shoulders. Imagine the channel, a smooth pathway for his magic, curving inward instead of outward. He felt the aura shift, a gentle redistribution rather than a violent compression. "Better," Fleur said. "Much better. You still have too much escaping from your left side, but the right is almost contained." "I always have trouble with the left. Because your scar is on the right. The dark signature radiates primarily from there, and you overcompensate on that side. The left, your own magic, you neglect." It made sense. The Horcrux was a thorn on the right side of his head, and he'd been unconsciously directing all his containment efforts toward it, leaving his own natural aura to bleed freely on the opposite side. "I need to treat them differently," Harry said slowly. "My magic and, the other thing. They need different containment strategies." "Now you are thinking," Fleur said with the first real smile he'd seen from her. "The foreign signature is hostile, it must be walled off, contained with force. But your own magic is you. You do not wall off yourself. You learn to wear it like a second skin." Wednesday, Hermione joined the sessions for the first time. She arrived at the room of requirement with her bag full of notes and her jaw set with determination. Daphne was already there, and the 2 witches regarded each other with the careful wariness of cats meeting on unfamiliar territory. "Greengrass. Granger." A pause. "Your notes on resonance frequency patterns are impressive," Daphne said stiffly. "I saw the parchment you left on the library table yesterday." "That was private." "Then don't leave it on a public table." "But the methodology was sound. Your approach to mapping the interference oscillation was something I hadn't considered." Another pause. Hermione's expression shifted a fraction, from defensive to cautiously interested. "The oscillation is the key," Hermione said. "It's not a steady signal, it pulses. And the pulses correspond to emotional fluctuations. When Harry is calm, the interference is lower. When he's stressed or upset, it spikes." She pulled out a chart covered in tiny marks. "I've been tracking it. From a distance. Whenever I feel a surge, I note the time, and later I cross-reference with what Harry was doing." Daphne leaned over the chart. Her eyebrows rose. "You've been cataloging your own symptoms." "Of course I have. Data is data, regardless of the source. Hermione set the chart on the floor between them. Look at this pattern. Tuesday, 11:47 a.m., a massive spike. Harry, what were you doing at 11:47 on Tuesday? Harry thought. That was Transfiguration. McGonagall asked me to demonstrate a vanishing spell on a mouse. I was frustrated because it wasn't working. Frustration. Emotional spike. Aura flare. Hermione tapped the chart. And here, Wednesday, 2:15 p.m. Another spike. That was when Briggs pointed his silver thing at me in charms. I was angry. Anger. Larger spike. More intense than frustration. Hermione looked at Daphne. If we can map the emotional triggers to specific aura patterns, we can predict the flares. And if we can predict them, Harry can preemptively contain them. Daphne nodded slowly. Elara's book describes something similar. A technique for emotional anchoring, tying containment not to conscious concentration but to emotional states. So the containment tightens automatically when emotions rise. That's brilliant. Can I see the passage? Daphne hesitated. Harry watched the two of them, Slytherin and Gryffindor, ice and fire, circling each other with careful respect, and felt something unexpected. Hope. These two brilliant, stubborn women were building something together, not because they liked each other, but because they both refused to let this problem beat them. Fine, Daphne said, and pulled the green book from her bag. Hermione's eyes went wide. Is that original? 18th century. The binding technique is, may I? Carefully. The pages are fragile. Hermione handled the book like it was made of spun glass, her eyes scanning the text with hungry speed. Within minutes, she and Daphne were bent over it together, debating interpretation of archaic terms, cross-referencing with Hermione's notes, building a framework that Harry couldn't entirely follow but that both of them seemed to find deeply exciting. Fleur arrived 10 minutes later and found them like that, two teenagers arguing passionately about magical theory while Harry sat on a cushion and watched. Well, Fleur said. This is progress. They worked for 3 hours. The session was more productive than any before it. Hermione's analytical rigor combined with Daphne's family knowledge and Fleur's practical experience created a synergy that none of them could have achieved alone. By the end of the night, they had a plan. The emotional anchoring technique would be the foundation. Harry would learn to tie his containment to his emotional baseline, calm as default, with automatic tightening when emotions spiked. Fleur's projection technique would layer on top, allowing him to direct whatever radiation still escaped. And Hermione's tracking data would serve as feedback, helping them measure progress and identify problem areas. 2 weeks, Daphne said. If we work every night, 2 weeks to get you to a functional level. The ministry might not give us 2 weeks, Harry said. Then we give the ministry a reason to wait. Daphne's eyes were cool and calculating. Edgecombe wants data. We give her enough to satisfy her assessment without revealing anything dangerous. Controlled demonstrations of improvement. Show her you're managing the situation voluntarily. Feed her what she wants to see, Hermione said, and her voice carried an edge that suggested she wasn't entirely comfortable with the strategy. Feed her the truth, Daphne corrected. You are improving. We just control how much she knows about why. Hermione and Daphne exchanged a look, not quite agreement, not quite trust, but something adjacent to both. An uneasy alliance, built on shared necessity and mutual respect that neither would probably admit to out loud. Harry walked Hermione back toward Gryffindor Tower after the session. Fleur retired to her guest quarters. Daphne disappeared into the depths of the castle with her books tucked under her arm. The corridor was quiet. Curfew had passed, but Harry's invisibility cloak covered both of them. They walked close together, closer than they'd been in weeks, and Harry was acutely aware of Hermione beside him. Her breathing. Her warmth. The faint, residual hum of the resonance between them, quieter now, pushed down by his improving control but still present. Always present. Hermione. The Horcrux. Dumbledore knows. I told him this morning. He says he's been suspecting it for a while. Hermione stopped walking. Under the cloak, in the dark corridor, her face was very close to his. What did he say about removing it? That he doesn't have a solution yet. Yet. She repeated the word carefully, testing its weight. And the other Horcruxes? He thinks there are 6. Maybe 7, counting me. He's been collecting memories, trying to figure out what objects Voldemort used. Then that's what we need to focus on. The aura training is necessary, it buys us time, but it's treating the symptom, not the disease. The Horcrux has to come out. Hermione, we don't even know if that's possible without killing you. I know. Her voice was steady, but in the darkness under the cloak, he saw her hands clench at her sides. I've thought about it. I've thought about almost nothing else for the past 3 days. And I refuse to accept that the only solution is your death. There has to be another way. Fiend fire destroys Horcruxes, I read that, but you can't exactly set yourself on fire. Basilisk venom works too, but the same problem. We need something that can target the fragment without destroying the host. Her voice tightened. Without destroying you. We'll find it. You don't know that. No. But I know that you'll never stop looking. And that's enough for now. Hermione made a sound, half laugh, half something else, and they stood in the dark corridor under the invisibility cloak, and the distance between them was measured in inches instead of feet, and Harry could feel the resonance humming between them like a live wire. It's quieter tonight, Hermione whispered. The pull. It's still there, but it's softer. More like a candle than a bonfire. The training's working. I know. She took a breath. But Harry, even when the resonance is gone, even when you learn to control it completely, I need you to know that some of what I feel isn't the resonance. Some of it is just me. She said it fast, almost mumbled, and then turned and walked out from under the cloak and down the corridor without looking back. Harry stood frozen, the invisibility cloak draped over his shoulders like a ghost, and watched her disappear around the corner. The hum in his chest pulsed. But this time, he wasn't sure which part of him it was coming from. Thursday. Edgecombe requested her formal interview with Harry. They met in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. Edgecombe had arranged 2 chairs facing each other, with Briggs and Fellows positioned at the walls. McGonagall was present, she'd insisted, standing near the door with her arms folded and her expression daring anyone to challenge her right to be there. Please sit, Mr. Potter. Edgecombe gestured to the chair opposite her. This will be straightforward. I'm going to ask you some questions about your magical development, and with your permission, Briggs will take periodic aura readings. You are not under investigation. This is assessment, not interrogation. Harry sat. He took a slow breath and engaged his containment, the emotional anchoring, the aura compression, the projection shaping. He'd practiced all morning, drilling the techniques until they were as close to automatic as he could manage. The goal was to present an aura that was strong but controlled. Unusual but not alarming. Enough to explain the resonance without triggering a panic. When did you first notice changes in your magical output? Edgecombe asked. This term. When I came back to school. Nothing over the summer. Harry considered. I felt different. But I was at a Muggle household. There was no one magical around to react. And the first reactions you observed? On the train. Students staring. Seeming distracted around me. He kept his voice even, factual. I didn't understand it at first. Edgecombe nodded. Briggs pointed his silver device. Harry felt a faint tickle as it measured something, his aura, presumably, and saw Briggs frown slightly, adjust a dial, and measure again. The incident in the library, Edgecombe said. A second-year student collapsed. Can you describe what happened? I was studying. Other students were nearby. Their wands began sparking, uncontrolled magical discharge. One of the younger students fainted. I left the room, and the effects stopped. Had you done anything unusual? Cast a spell? Experienced strong emotions? No. I was just sitting there. Edgecombe made a note. Mr. Potter, I'm going to be direct. Our preliminary readings suggest your ambient magical output is approximately 4 times what we'd expect from a wizard your age. Even accounting for natural variation, that's significantly above normal. Can you explain why? 4 times. Harry filed that number away. No, I can't explain it. I've survived several encounters with Voldemort. Edgecombe flinched at the name, and I think each one changed something. Strengthened my magic. But I don't know the mechanism. Have you undergone any rituals? Blood magic? Any form of magical augmentation? No. Any contact with dark artifacts? Harry's scar twitched. No, he said, and hoped his face didn't betray the lie. Edgecombe studied him. She was good, really good. Her eyes missed nothing, and Harry could see her weighing each answer, testing it for cracks. Briggs, she said. The current reading. Briggs looked at his device. 3.2, ma'am. Down from 4.7 on Monday. Edgecombe's eyebrows rose. That's a significant decrease. Mr. Potter, have you been doing something to reduce your output? I've been practicing aura control techniques. Containment. Compression. No lie there. Self-taught. Mostly. Only a small lie. And it's working. Getting better. It's a process. Edgecombe made another note. She was quiet for a moment, tapping her quill against the parchment. Then she looked up. Mr. Potter, I'm going to be honest with you, as I hope you've been honest with me. Your situation is unprecedented in modern records. A student generating resonance effects of this magnitude is something my department has no protocol for. The existing framework, Section 14b, the assessment process, was designed for more modest cases. Wizards whose magic was slightly above normal. Not. She gestured vaguely at him. This. I'm working on it. I can see that, and I appreciate it. But my superiors want answers, not assurances. They want to know why your power has spiked, how far it will go, and what guarantees they have that it won't endanger students. She leaned forward. I have a specialist arriving Friday. A binding expert named Aldrich Thorne. He's not here to bind you, I want to be clear about that. He's here to assess whether binding would even be possible in your case, and to provide a recommendation for my report. Harry's stomach dropped. A binding expert. A consultant. Nothing more. Unless my assessment concludes that immediate intervention is required, which I sincerely hope it will not. Edgecombe stood. Continue your training, Mr. Potter. Show me improvement. Give me something to put in my report that doesn't require me to recommend more aggressive measures. She left, Briggs and Fellows trailing behind her. McGonagall remained. Aldrich Thorne, McGonagall said, and her voice was flat with something that might have been contempt. I know that name. He was involved in the Brankovich case in 78. What happened in the Brankovich case? A Bulgarian wizard with an unusually powerful signature. The ICW requested a British binding specialist. Thorne conducted the procedure. McGonagall's mouth thinned. Brankovich lost 60% of his magical capacity. Permanently. He never recovered. The corridor outside the classroom was cold. Harry stood in it, listening to the distant sounds of the castle, footsteps, laughter, the faint strains of a wireless playing somewhere, and felt the walls closing in. A binding expert. Friday. 2 days to prove he could control himself, or they'd bring in a man who could cripple his magic forever. He found Daphne between classes, pulling her into an alcove near the charms corridor. She listened to his account of the interview with her face blank and her eyes sharp. 3.2, she repeated. Down from 4.7. That's good. That's real progress. It's not enough. They're bringing a binding specialist. Thorn. I know him by reputation. Daphne's jaw tightened. Pure blood circles talk. He's methodical, thorough, and completely immoral about his work. He treats binding the way a veterinarian treats gelding a horse, regrettable but sometimes necessary. Charming. We have 2 days. We need to get your reading below 3. Ideally below 2.5, that's the upper range of normal for a powerful adult wizard. If you can hit that number, Edgecombe has no basis for recommending binding. Can we do that in 2 days? Daphne hesitated. It was the first time he'd seen her genuinely uncertain. Honestly? I don't know. The emotional anchoring helps, but the Horcrux, she caught herself. Harry had told her about it the previous night, reluctantly, because the training couldn't work if she didn't understand the full picture. She'd taken it with the same cold pragmatism she brought to everything. The foreign signature is the primary source of the elevated reading. Your own magic might test at 2.5 naturally. The extra is coming from it. So I need to suppress not just my aura, but the Horcruxes. And the Horcrux actively resists suppression. Yes. They stood in the alcove, surrounded by the bustle of students changing classes. Harry felt the resonance pulse outward as a group of fifth-year girls passed. They slowed, glanced at the alcove, moved on with confused expressions. There might be a way, Daphne said slowly. Ilara describes a technique for what she calls layered containment. You don't try to build one shell around everything, you build two. An inner shell around the foreign signature, and an outer shell around your own magic. The foreign presence fights one wall while your magic holds the other. It can't fight both simultaneously. That sounds incredibly difficult. It sounds impossible. But I've seen you seal a dozen gaps simultaneously and maintain projection control while walking. You learn fast. She met his eyes. Thursday and Friday sessions. Full evenings. Both of them. Everyone present, me, Fleur, Granger. We throw everything we've got at it. And if it doesn't work? Then we deal with Thorn on Saturday and hope Dumbledore has a better plan. She stepped out of the alcove. 7 o'clock. Don't be late. Harry watched her walk away and marveled, not for the first time, at the steel core hidden inside Daphne Greengrass. She was afraid, he could see it now, the subtle tension in her shoulders, the way her hands clenched when she thought no one was looking, but the fear never stopped her. She just built a wall around it and kept moving. Thursday night session was brutal. The room of requirement had provided its largest configuration yet, a wide, circular chamber with high ceilings and walls that thrummed with absorbing magic. Fleur, Daphne, and Hermione formed a triangle around Harry, each positioned at equal distances, each serving as a sensor for a different aspect of his aura. Fleur felt the overall intensity, the raw power output. Daphne felt the resonance specifically, the quality that affected witches. Hermione tracked the emotional fluctuations, the spikes and dips that correlated with Harry's internal state. Harry sat in the center and tried to build two shells. The inner shell was the hardest thing he'd ever attempted. He had to reach past his own magic, through the golden ocean, down into its depths, and find the dark knot. The Horcrux. The thing that pulsed with alien intent and recoiled from his touch. He had to surround it with a barrier of will, like building a cage around a snake, while the snake thrashed and bit and fought to get free. The first attempt lasted 4 seconds before the Horcrux shattered the inner shell and sent a wave of dark energy cascading outward. Daphne gasped. Hermione gritted her teeth. Fleur said, again. The second attempt lasted 8 seconds. The third, 12. The fourth, 20. Each collapse was worse than the last. The Horcrux seemed to learn from each attempt, finding new weaknesses, new angles of attack. And each time it broke free, the pulse of dark energy was stronger, the resonance spike sharper. By the seventh attempt, Hermione was pressed against the far wall with her eyes squeezed shut and her hands over her ears, as if she could physically block the sensation. "Enough," Fleur said. "Rest." Harry opened his eyes. He was shaking. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his scar was a line of fire across his skin. The room smelled of ozone, like the air after a lightning strike. "It's fighting me," he said. "Every time I get close, it learns. It adapts." "It is not just a fragment," Fleur said. Her expression was troubled. "It has intelligence. Limited, perhaps, but present. It is protecting itself." "Because if Harry successfully contains it," Hermione said from the wall, her voice strained but analytical, "the resonance drops. And if the resonance drops, the Horcrux loses its primary method of disruption. It needs the interference. The chaos. It feeds on it." Daphne stood slowly. She'd been sitting against the wall, recovering from the last spike. Her face was pale, but her eyes were steady. "Then we don't try to cage it. We trick it." Everyone looked at her. "The Horcrux fights direct containment." "Fine. Instead of building a wall around it, we build a channel. Give it somewhere to radiate that isn't outward. Direct its energy inward, into Harry's core, where it gets absorbed instead of broadcast." "That could be dangerous," Fleur said. "Channeling dark soul energy into his magical core is exactly what's been happening naturally for 15 years. The Horcrux has been leaking into Harry's magic since he was a baby. We're not introducing something new, we're redirecting something that's already there." Hermione pushed off the wall. "She's right. Harry's magic has been coexisting with the fragment his entire life. His core has developed around it, adapted to it. Redirecting the leak inward would just be turning the volume down. Instead of the energy radiating out through the aura, it recirculates internally." Harry looked between them. "And the Horcrux won't fight this?" "Why would it?" Daphne said. "It's not being contained. It's not being suppressed. It's being given a path of least resistance. Dark magic is lazy, it follows the easiest route. If inward is easier than outward, it'll go inward." "It's a theory," Fleur cautioned. "Untested." "Everything we're doing is untested," Hermione said. "That's rather the point. They tried it. The technique was delicate. Instead of building a wall around the Horcrux, Harry visualized a funnel, a smooth, downward-sloping channel that redirected the dark energy away from the aura surface and back into the dense center of his magical core. Like diverting a river underground instead of trying to dam it. He found the Horcrux. Felt it pulse, felt it flare, felt it prepare to fight. But instead of pressing against it, he opened a path. Offered it an alternative. Not out. Down. Into the dark where you belong. The Horcrux hesitated. For a breathless moment, the dark energy hovered between outward and inward, like water at the lip of a falls. Harry held the channel open, steady, patient. The energy tipped inward. It flowed, slowly at first, then faster, down the channel, away from the aura surface, into the deep core where Harry's own magic could absorb and buffer it. The interference pattern shifted. The collision between gold and dark moved from the surface to the center, buried under layers of Harry's own power. "Oh," Daphne breathed. "What?" Harry asked without opening his eyes. It's gone quiet. The resonance. I can barely feel it." Her voice was astonished. "It's like you turned off a loudspeaker." "I concur," Fleur said. "The aura output has dropped dramatically. If I did not know what you were, I would read you as a moderately powerful wizard. Nothing more. Harry opened his eyes. The room was calm. No ozone smell. No crackling energy. Just 4 people in a stone chamber, breathing normally. Hermione was standing with tears running silently down her cheeks. Hermione. Harry stood up fast. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, laughing at herself. Nothing's wrong. For the first time in 2 weeks, nothing's wrong. I can think. I can think, Harry. It's quiet. My head is quiet. He wanted to cross the room and hug her. He didn't. The channel was fragile, new, and he didn't trust it to hold under strong emotion. But he smiled at her, and she smiled back, and it was real. Clean. Uncontaminated by magic or compulsion or the roaring static of 2 souls at war. Can you hold this? Daphne asked. Sustainably. Harry checked. The channel was holding. The Horcrux's energy was flowing inward without resistance, following the path of least resistance just as Daphne had predicted. It felt sustainable, not effortless, but manageable. Like carrying a heavy bag on one shoulder instead of balancing it on your head. I think so, Harry said. It's not automatic yet. I have to maintain it consciously. But it's not fighting me. Then we drill it, Fleur said. Every night until Friday. You practice holding the channel while doing other things, walking, talking, casting spells. It must become second nature before Thorn arrives. They practiced for another hour. Harry held the channel while Daphne peppered him with questions, potions ingredients, Quidditch statistics, anything to split his attention and test whether the technique could survive distraction. He held it while Fleur cast minor jinxes at him, forcing him to dodge and shield while maintaining the internal redirection. He held it while Hermione read aloud from her arithmancy textbook in a deliberate attempt to bore him into losing concentration. Each time, the channel wobbled but held. Each time, he rebuilt it a little faster, a little smoother. By the time they called it a night, Harry was exhausted, the deep, bone-level exhaustion of muscles pushed to failure, but the channel was still flowing. The resonance was still quiet. And 3 witches who'd spent the past 2 weeks fighting their own senses could stand in the same room as him and breathe normally. It wasn't victory. Not yet. But it was the first time Harry had felt something other than dread since the Hogwarts Express, and he held on to that feeling like a lifeline. Friday morning. 24 hours until Thorn arrived. Harry woke with the channel intact. He'd maintained it through sleep, unconsciously, which surprised and encouraged him. The technique had settled into some deeper layer of his mind, running in the background like a heartbeat. He could feel it if he focused, the steady downward flow of the Horcrux's energy, the muted hum, the calm, but it didn't require active attention. He tested it at breakfast. Sat at the Gryffindor table, right in the middle, surrounded by students for the first time in 2 weeks. Ron was on his left. Neville on his right. Lavender and Parvati across the table. Ginny 3 seats down. Nothing happened. No staring. No flushed cheeks. No sparking wands. Lavender chattered about divination without losing her train of thought. Parvati passed the marmalade without making eye contact that lasted 3 beats too long. Ginny glanced at him once, smiled, a normal, easy smile, and returned to her conversation. Ron noticed. Not the absence of the resonance, he'd never noticed its presence, but the change in Harry. You seem better, Ron said through a mouthful of eggs. Less, broody. Cheers, Ron. No, I mean it. You've been weird since term started. Jumpy. Avoiding people. Thought maybe you were having another one of your Dark Lord in your head episodes. Ron paused, fork halfway to his mouth. You're not, right? Having another one of those? No, Harry said, and for the first time, the lie felt almost like the truth. He held the channel through morning classes. Charms was easy, Flitwick's cheerful energy was like background music, unobtrusive and pleasant. Transfiguration was harder, McGonagall's sharp gaze kept landing on him with that particular wariness, and Harry had to remind himself that she was assessing improvement, not deterioration. When class ended, she held him back with a look. "Mr. Potter. Whatever you've been doing, continue doing it. The difference is remarkable." "Thank you, Professor." "Don't thank me. Show the same control tomorrow when Thorn is here." Her expression softened by a millimeter. "You can do this." Briggs took a reading during lunch. Harry saw him across the great hall, pointing his silver device, frowning, adjusting, pointing again. The man's confusion was almost comical. He checked the device 3 times before scribbling something on his clipboard and hurrying out of the hall. 20 minutes later, Edgecombe found Harry in the corridor outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. 2.1, she said without preamble. Down from 3.2 on Wednesday. Down from 4.7 when we arrived. Is that good? It's within normal parameters for a powerful adult wizard. Which you are not, you're 16. She studied him with those sharp, searching eyes. What changed? Better technique. I told you, it's a process. A process that cut your aura output by more than half in 4 days. Edgecombe's voice was neutral, but there was something underneath it. Not suspicion exactly. Curiosity. The curiosity of someone who'd built a career on understanding magical phenomena and was seeing something that didn't fit her models. I'm motivated, Harry said. I don't want to hurt people. Something shifted in Edgecombe's expression. A crack in the professional facade. For a moment, she looked at him not as a case file or a potential threat, but as a 16-year-old boy who was scared and trying his best. I believe that, she said quietly. Then the facade reassembled. Thorn arrives tomorrow morning. He'll want to conduct his own assessment. His methods are different from ours, more focused on magical core structure. It may be uncomfortable. I can handle uncomfortable. I expect you can. She turned to leave, then paused. Mr. Potter, for what it's worth, I hope your numbers hold tomorrow. A binding recommendation is a great deal of paperwork, and I'd rather not do it. It was the closest thing to warmth he'd gotten from her. Harry watched her walk away and thought that Hermione had been right. Edgecombe was more dangerous than Umbridge because she was reasonable. You couldn't dismiss a reasonable person. You had to actually convince them. Friday evening session was the most intense yet. They gathered in the room of requirement at 6, an hour earlier than usual. All 4 of them, Harry, Fleur, Daphne, and Hermione. The room had provided a space that mimicked a classroom, complete with desks and chairs, because tonight's exercise wasn't about meditation or visualization. It was about simulation. Thorn will test you under stress, Daphne said. She'd spent the day researching binding specialists and had returned with a list of common assessment techniques. He'll push your emotions deliberately. Provoke you. Try to trigger a flare and then measure the response. If the channel collapses under provocation, he'll have grounds to recommend binding. So we provoke him first, Hermione said. Here, in a controlled environment, and make sure the channel holds. Exactly. They spent the first hour doing exactly that. Daphne insulted him, coldly, precisely, hitting every insecurity she could identify. His parents. His fame. His inability to save Sirius. She was surgical about it, and Harry hated every second, but the channel held. It wobbled when she mentioned Sirius, the grief surged, the Horcrux's energy pulsed against the funnel, but he breathed through it and the flow resumed. Fleur tested him physically. She dueled him, not full force, but fast and unpredictable, throwing hexes and jinxes that forced him to react on instinct. Maintaining the channel while fighting was like trying to hum a tune while sprinting. It slipped twice. He caught it both times. Hermione tested him the way only Hermione could. She sat across from him and asked him questions about the people he loved. About Ron. About Ginny. About her. She asked him what he'd felt when Sirius fell through the veil. She asked him what scared him most about the Horcrux. She asked him, very quietly, whether he'd ever thought about what it would mean if the only way to destroy the fragment was to die. Harry's vision blurred. The channel shuddered. The Horcrux's energy flared, sensing weakness, pressing against the funnel walls. He held it. He held it because Hermione was watching him with tears in her eyes and steel in her spine, because Daphne was tracking every fluctuation with clinical precision, because Fleur was standing ready to intervene if the aura erupted, and because these three women had spent 2 weeks fighting his magic with everything they had and he was not going to let it beat them now. The channel stabilized. The flow resumed. The resonance stayed quiet. "Good," Daphne said. Her voice was rough. "That's good. One more test," Fleur said. She looked at the other two. "He needs to hold the channel while experiencing the one emotion that breaks every containment technique I have ever seen." "Which emotion?" Harry asked. Fleur didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Hermione. Hermione understood. Her eyes widened. "You want me to, he needs to hold the channel while someone he cares about is in perceived danger. That is what Thorn will ultimately test. Not anger, not grief, fear for someone else. It is the most powerful emotional trigger for aura destabilization." "How do we simulate that?" Harry asked. "We don't simulate it," Daphne said. She drew her wand. "Granger, stand in the center of the room." Hermione looked at Daphne with narrowed eyes. "What are you going to do?" "Nothing dangerous. A stinging hex, mild, controlled, harmless. But Harry won't know it's harmless in the moment. His instinct will be to protect, and that instinct is what we need to test." Hermione held Daphne's gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded and walked to the center of the room. "Harry," Fleur said. "Close your eyes." He closed them. He heard movement, footsteps, the rustle of robes. Then Hermione screamed. It wasn't a real scream of pain, it was surprise, the sharp gasp of a stinging hex landing, but Harry's body didn't know the difference. His eyes flew open. He saw Hermione flinching, Daphne's wand raised, and every instinct he possessed surged forward at once. Protect. Shield. Destroy whatever's hurting her. His magic erupted. Not outward, the channel caught it, redirected it, funneled the Horcrux's dark energy back down into the core, but his own power, the golden aura, blew past every barrier he'd built. The room shook. Desks slid across the floor. The torches flared white. And then, almost as fast as it had surged, it pulled back. Not because Harry forced it. Because the emotional anchoring kicked in, the trained response he'd drilled for hours. The fear peaked, triggered the containment, and the containment held. The room settled. The torches dimmed. Desks stopped sliding. Harry stood in the middle of the room of requirement, breathing hard, hands shaking, and the channel was intact. The resonance was quiet. His aura was compressed, contained, humming softly against his skin like a second heartbeat. 2.3, Daphne whispered. She wasn't using a device, she was reading him with the resonance itself, the sensitivity her family had carried for generations. Under maximum emotional stress. 2.3. Fleur let out a long, slow breath. That will do. Hermione rubbed her arm where the stinging hex had landed. She was smiling. It was a shaky, emotional, fiercely proud smile, and it was aimed directly at Harry. You held it, she said. Yeah. Harry's voice was hoarse. I held it. They left the room of requirement together, all four of them, walking side by side down the 7th floor corridor. It was late. The castle was quiet. Their footsteps echoed in the empty halls. Nobody spoke for a while. They didn't need to. Something had formed between them over the past 2 weeks, not quite friendship, not entirely alliance, but something deeper than either. A bond forged in the crucible of shared crisis and mutual vulnerability. Fleur, who understood isolation. Daphne, who understood control. Hermione, who understood the terror of losing your own mind. They'd given Harry something no one else could, a way to live inside his own skin without destroying everyone around him. At the staircase, they separated. Fleur descended toward the guest quarters. Daphne turned toward the dungeons. Hermione lingered. "Tomorrow," she said. "Tomorrow," Harry agreed. "He'll be fine," Daphne called back over her shoulder, already halfway down the corridor. "We didn't do all this work for nothing." Fleur paused on the stairs. "Remember, Harry, the channel is a river, not a dam. Do not hold. Flow." They disappeared into the castle's shadows. Harry and Hermione stood alone at the top of the staircase, and the space between them was 5 feet and shrinking. "Harry." "Yeah. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever Thorn does or says or recommends, we're not going to let them bind you. Not me, not Greengrass, not Fleur. We didn't spend 2 weeks fighting this so the Ministry could take a shortcut." "I know." "Good." She took a step closer. 4 feet. "And when this is over, when the Ministry is gone and the Resonance is managed and the Horcrux is dealt with, we're going to have a conversation. A real one. About things that have nothing to do with auras or soul fragments or magical regulation." Harry's heart was doing something complicated. The channel held. The Resonance stayed quiet. Whatever he was feeling right now was entirely his own. "I'd like that," he said. Hermione nodded. She turned to go, then stopped, turned back, crossed the remaining distance in 2 quick steps, and hugged him. Brief. Fierce. Her arms tight around his neck, her face pressed against his shoulder, and for 3 seconds, the world was just warmth and Hermione and the steady, quiet pulse of 2 hearts beating close together. She pulled back. Searched his face. "The channel?" she asked. Harry checked. "Steady. Strong. Not a flicker. Solid," he said. Hermione smiled, the real one, the one that lit up her whole face, and walked away toward Gryffindor Tower. Harry stood at the top of the staircase and listened to the castle breathe around him. The hum in his chest was quiet. The dark energy flowed inward, contained, channeled, managed. The golden aura rested against his skin like armor. Tomorrow, a man would come to Hogwarts with the authority to cripple his magic forever. Tomorrow, Harry would sit in a chair and let that man probe his core and test his control and decide whether he was safe enough to exist. He wasn't afraid. He'd faced Voldemort in a graveyard. He'd fought Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries. He'd watched Sirius fall through the veil and kept breathing. He could face Aldrich Thorn. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, climbed through the portrait hole, crossed the common room, and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. The channel held through the night. The Resonance stayed silent. And somewhere in the depths of his magical core, wrapped in golden light, a dark fragment of Tom Riddle's soul churned and twisted and waited. But for now, just for now, it waited in the dark where Harry had put it, and the witches of Hogwarts slept peacefully for the first time in weeks. Chapter 4, Fractures. Aldrich Thorn arrived at Hogwarts at precisely 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, and Harry hated him on sight. It wasn't the man's appearance, though that didn't help. Thorn was tall and gaunt, with the angular, hollowed-out look of someone who'd spent too many years in rooms without windows. His robes were charcoal gray, unadorned, and his hands were his most striking feature, long-fingered, pale, and covered in a lattice of fine silver scars that caught the light when he moved. The hands of someone who'd spent decades manipulating raw magic with his bare skin. No, what Harry hated was the way Thorn looked at him. Not with fear or curiosity or the careful neutrality Edgecombe maintained. Thorn looked at Harry the way a mechanic looked at an engine, assessing function, identifying problems, calculating solutions. There was no recognition of personhood in that gaze. Harry was a system to be evaluated, not a boy to be understood. Mr. Potter. Thorn's voice was soft. Colorless. The kind of voice that didn't rise or fall regardless of what it was saying. I'm Aldrich Thorn. I've been asked to provide a specialist assessment of your magical core structure. May I have your hand? They were in the same empty classroom where Edgecombe had conducted her interview. Same 2 chairs facing each other. Same ministry men at the walls. But Edgecombe was there too, standing by the window, and McGonagall was stationed at the door with an expression that could have frozen the lake solid. Harry extended his hand. Thorn took it. His fingers were cold, startlingly cold, like holding a handful of river stones, and turned it palm up. He pressed his thumb into the center of Harry's palm and closed his eyes. Something probed Harry's magic. Not like legilimency, not a mental intrusion, but deeper, more fundamental. He felt it move through his channels, through the layers of his aura, through the compression techniques and the emotional anchors and the careful architecture he'd spent 2 weeks building. It slid through his defenses like water through sand, not breaking them but passing them, reading the structure underneath. The channel. Thorn would find the channel. And if he found the channel, he'd find what was flowing through it, the dark energy, the Horcrux's signature, the evidence of a soul fragment nested inside Harry's core. Harry's pulse spiked. The channel wobbled. Don't hold. Flow. Fleur's voice in his memory. He steadied himself. Let the channel continue its work. Let the dark energy circulate inward, quiet and contained. If Thorn wanted to read his core, fine. Harry would show him a core that was powerful but controlled. The rest, the fragment, the second soul, the truth, he'd bury as deep as he could. Thorn's eyes opened. He released Harry's hand. Interesting, he said. Harry waited. Your core structure is unusual. Highly developed for your age. Multiple containment layers, self-taught, from the feel of them, though with influences I don't immediately recognize. He flexed his scarred fingers. Your ambient output is within acceptable parameters. Barely. The upper edge of what I'd classify as safe for prolonged exposure. So he passes, McGonagall said from the door. It wasn't a question. Thorn didn't look at her. His eyes stayed on Harry, flat and assessing. His current output is manageable. But current output tells me only what's happening now. It doesn't tell me what will happen tomorrow, or next week, or when he's under extreme duress. He leaned forward slightly. Mr. Potter, with your permission, I'd like to conduct a stress test. I'll apply measured pressure to your magical core and observe how your containment responds. It will be uncomfortable but not harmful. And if the containment fails, then I'll have valuable data about the limits of your control. Thorn's expression didn't change. I'm not here to bind you, Mr. Potter. I'm here to determine whether binding might become necessary. There is a difference. A small one, Harry said. Perhaps. But a real one. Shall we proceed? Harry looked at McGonagall. She gave him the smallest nod, your choice, but I'm here. Fine, Harry said. Do it. Thorn took his hand again. This time, the probe went deeper, and it pushed. Harry felt it immediately, a steady, increasing pressure against his containment layers. Like someone leaning against a door, gradually adding weight. The outer shell compressed. The emotional anchors tightened. The projection controls shifted, redirecting energy. The pressure increased. Harry's jaw clenched. It wasn't pain, exactly, more like the magical equivalent of holding a heavy weight at arm's length. His muscles were fine, but the strain was building, and building, and building. Your outer containment is holding, Thorn observed, his voice unchanged. Good structure. Self-reinforcing. The emotional anchoring is particularly clever. Who taught you that? Harry said nothing. He was concentrating too hard to talk. The pressure pushed deeper. Past the outer shell, into the space between his own aura and the channel. This was the critical zone, the buffer where Harry's golden magic insulated the world from the Horcrux's dark flow. If Thorn pushed through this layer, he'd hit the channel directly, and the dark energy would be impossible to hide. Harry reinforced the buffer. Pulled magic from his reserves, thickened the insulation, made it dense and opaque. The effort was enormous. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His scar was starting to burn, the Horcrux sensing the intrusion, stirring in its containment. Stay down, Harry thought at it. Stay down, stay quiet, don't, there's something deeper, Thorn said. His voice sharpened for the first time. Below the containment layers. A secondary signature. Faint, but, that's enough. McGonagall was across the room in 3 strides, her hand on Thorn's wrist. You've conducted your stress test. His containment held. That's sufficient. Thorn looked at McGonagall's hand on his wrist, then at her face. Whatever he saw there made him withdraw. The pressure evaporated instantly, and Harry gasped, slumping forward in his chair. His containment held, Thorn agreed. Under moderate pressure. I would need to test further to determine the upper limits, but, you will not. McGonagall's voice could have cut glass. You were invited to assess, not to excavate. The assessment is complete. Thorn withdrew his hand from Harry's. He flexed his scarred fingers, staring at Harry with an expression that had shifted from clinical detachment to something more focused. More interested. There is something else in there, he said quietly. Below the containment. I felt it. A secondary magical signature, distinctly different from Mr. Potter's own. The room went very still. Many powerful wizards carry residual signatures from significant magical encounters, Edgecombe said from the window. Her voice was measured, diplomatic. Mr. Potter has survived multiple encounters with you-know-who. Residual contamination would be expected. This isn't residual contamination. Thorn's eyes hadn't left Harry. Residual signatures are static. Dead echoes. What I felt was active. Living. Contained, yes, but alive and aware. He paused. Mr. Potter, do you know what's inside you? Harry met his gaze and held it. The channel was stable. The Horcrux was buried. Everything was under control. Nothing that concerns the Ministry, Harry said. Thorn stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned to Edgecombe. I'll need to file a supplementary report. My assessment is inconclusive, his surface control is adequate, but there are deeper anomalies that warrant further investigation. Inconclusive is not a recommendation for binding, McGonagall said. No, it isn't. But it's not a clean bill of health either. Thorn stood, tucking his scarred hands into his sleeves. I'll submit my report by Monday. The department can decide how to proceed. He looked at Harry one last time. Whatever you're hiding, Mr. Potter, I would suggest you address it before someone less patient than me comes looking. He left. Briggs and Fellows trailed after him. Edgecombe lingered by the window, her expression unreadable. Madam Edgecombe, McGonagall said. A word. In private. The 2 women stepped into the corridor. Harry sat in his chair, shaking, and listened to the murmur of their voices through the closed door. He couldn't make out words, but the tone was clear, McGonagall fierce and insistent, Edgecombe cool and noncommittal. The door opened. McGonagall returned alone. Edgecombe will recommend continued monitoring rather than immediate intervention, she said. For now. Thorn's report will complicate things, but it buys us time. How much time? Weeks. Perhaps a month. The Ministry moves slowly when it suits them. McGonagall sat down across from him, in the chair Thorn had vacated, and for the first time, the stern facade cracked enough for Harry to see the woman underneath. Worried. Angry. Fiercely protective. He felt the Horcrux. Harry's head snapped up. You know. Dumbledore told me last night. He felt it was necessary, given what was coming today. Her voice was tight. I wish he'd told me sooner. I wish he'd told me a great many things sooner. Professor, don't apologize. You have nothing to apologize for. A piece of that monster has been lodged in you since you were a baby, and not a single adult in your life thought to tell you. McGonagall's eyes blazed. That changes now. Whatever Dumbledore is planning, whatever steps need to be taken to resolve this, you will be informed. You will be consulted. You are not a chess piece, Potter. You are a student under my care, and I will not allow you to be sacrificed on the altar of Albus Dumbledore's grand strategy. The vehemence in her voice stunned Harry into silence. He'd always known McGonagall cared. Beneath the stern exterior, she protected him time and again, but this was something else. This was a line being drawn. A declaration. Thank you, Professor, he said. And meant it. Go find your friends. You look like you need them. She stood, straightened her robes, and was Professor McGonagall again, composed, precise, formidable. But Harry had seen what was underneath, and he wouldn't forget it. He found them in the room of requirement. All three, Daphne already pacing, Fleur sitting with predatory stillness, Hermione at a conjured desk surrounded by parchment. They'd been waiting. Well? Daphne said the moment the door closed. Harry told them everything. Thorn's probe. The pressure test. The moment the specialist had sensed the Horcrux beneath the containment layers. Edgecombe's tentative decision to recommend monitoring. McGonagall's fury. He felt it, Hermione said. Her face was pale. Through all your defenses. Through the channel, the buffer, everything. He's a specialist. His whole career is reading magical cores. The containment fooled Edgecombe and her devices, but Thorn works at a deeper level. Harry sat down heavily on a cushion. He said the secondary signature was alive and aware. Those were his exact words. Silence settled over the room. Fleur broke it. This changes the timeline, she said. Thorn's report will mention the secondary signature. Even if Edgecombe recommends monitoring, the department will want answers. They will send more specialists. And if one of them identifies the signature for what it truly is, they'll panic, Daphne finished. A piece of the Dark Lord's soul inside the boy who lived. The Ministry will either try to extract it, which could kill him, or contain him permanently. Or weaponize him, Hermione said quietly. Everyone looked at her. Think about it. A wizard with a direct soul connection to Voldemort. The intelligence potential alone, there are people in the Ministry who would see Harry as the most valuable surveillance tool in the war. The thought made Harry's skin crawl. None of that happens if we deal with the Horcrux first. Deal with it how? Daphne crossed her arms. We've established that the fragment is active, resistant, and deeply embedded. The channel redirects its energy, but the fragment itself is still intact. Still growing, according to Luna. Luna, Harry said. Right. She said the dark aura was spreading. The roots going deeper. He looked at Hermione. Your book, Secrets of the Darkest Art, did it say anything about Horcruxes and living hosts? Anything about extraction? Hermione hesitated. Not because she didn't know, Hermione always knew, but because the answer was one she didn't want to give. The book describes Horcrux destruction, she said carefully. The container must be damaged beyond magical repair. For objects, that means fiendfire, basilisk venom, or similarly destructive forces. For a living host, she stopped. Swallowed. The book doesn't distinguish. It treats the host as a container. To destroy the Horcrux, you destroy the container. The words hung in the air like smoke. That is not acceptable, Fleur said flatly. Obviously it's not acceptable, Hermione snapped. I'm not suggesting, I would never, she pressed her hands against the desk, knuckles white. I'm saying that's the only method described in the existing literature. But the existing literature was written by people who wanted to create Horcruxes, not extract them. There has to be another way. Something they never bothered to record because it wasn't useful to dark wizards. Dumbledore is looking into it, Harry said. Dumbledore is also off doing mysterious things half the time and telling us nothing, Daphne said sharply. I'd rather not stake Potter's life on one old man's research schedule. Then we research ourselves, Hermione said. We've been focused on the resonance, containment, suppression, control. That was necessary. But the resonance is a symptom. The Horcrux is the disease. We need to shift our focus. Agreed, Fleur said. But we also cannot abandon the containment work. If Harry's control slips, even briefly, the resonance returns, and the Ministry has grounds for immediate intervention. So we split the effort, Daphne said. Granger and I research extraction methods. Fleur continues the aura training with Harry. We meet every evening to share progress. Nobody argued. The plan was clean, logical, and born of necessity. They broke apart, Hermione and Daphne heading for the library, Fleur and Harry remaining in the room to drill the channel maintenance under increasingly difficult conditions. The afternoon passed in a blur of magical exercise and exhaustion. Harry held the channel while Fleur threw everything she had at him, not just jinxes and hexes but emotional provocations, simulated emergencies, even a terrifyingly realistic illusion of Dementors gliding through the walls. Each time, the channel wobbled. Each time, it held. You are stronger than you know, Fleur told him during a rest break. She was sitting across from him, her silver blonde hair loose around her shoulders, her expression unguarded in a way it rarely was. Not just magically. The will required to maintain this level of control while carrying what you carry, most adult wizards would have broken. Most adult wizards haven't had 5 years of training in things trying to kill them. That is not what I mean. She leaned forward. Your power is extraordinary, Harry. The resonance, the aura readings, Thorne's assessment, they all point to the same truth. You are, by any metric, one of the most powerful magical beings alive. And you did not seek this power. It was thrust upon you by violence and tragedy and a prophecy you never asked for. She paused. The measure of a person is not what power they possess but what they do when they possess power they did not choose. You are choosing to contain it. To protect others. To maintain your own humanity despite carrying a fragment of the least human wizard who ever lived. Harry didn't know what to say to that. The compliment, if that's what it was so far outside his experience that he couldn't process it. He was used to being the boy who lived, the chosen one, the kid who survived things. He wasn't used to someone telling him he was good. Fleur, do not deflect. Accept the compliment and move on. She stood, brushed off her robes, and extended her hand. Now. Again. The Dementor illusion this time, and I will make it colder. By the time evening fell, Harry was wrung out. He'd held the channel through 6 hours of continuous testing, through fear and anger and grief and the bone-deep cold of simulated Dementors, and it had held every time. Not perfectly, there were wobbles, moments where the dark energy spiked and the resonance flickered, but no failures. No collapses. The channel was becoming part of him, woven into his magical architecture like a permanent fixture rather than a temporary patch. He went to dinner for the first time all day. The great hall was packed, Saturday evening, everyone relaxed, the hum of conversation and laughter filling the cavernous room. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and ate a full meal for the first time in weeks, and the world felt almost normal. Ron sat beside him, launched into a detailed analysis of the cannon's latest loss, and Harry listened and nodded and ate shepherd's pie and felt, for a few precious minutes, like an ordinary 16-year-old boy. Then Pansy Parkinson walked past the Gryffindor table and everything went sideways. She wasn't looking at Harry. She was heading for the doors, walking fast, her face set in the tight, furious expression she'd been wearing since term began. But as she drew level with Harry's position, she faltered. Her step hitched. Her head turned toward him involuntarily, and her eyes went wide and wild. The channel was holding. Harry's aura was contained. But Pansy was closer than any which had been since the training began, 3 feet, maybe less, and at that range, even the residual output was enough. Daphne had warned him about proximity. The resonance attenuated with distance, but up close, even a controlled aura could trigger a sensitive witch. Pansy stopped walking. Her hand shot out and gripped the edge of the Gryffindor table. Her knuckles were white. Her breathing was ragged. Pansy. Millicent Bulstrode, trailing behind her, reached for her arm. Pansy, come on, don't touch me. Pansy's voice was a snarl, but it wasn't directed at Millicent. It was directed at Harry. At whatever she was feeling. At the pull that she couldn't control and couldn't explain and couldn't stop hating herself for. What did you do to me? I haven't done anything, Harry said quietly. Pansy, just walk away. Put distance between us and it'll stop. It doesn't stop. Her voice was rising. Students at nearby tables were turning to look. It never stops. I close my eyes and I feel you. I'm in the bloody dungeons and I feel you. I cast a dreamless sleep potion last week and I still felt you in my dreams, Potter, so don't tell me to walk away because walking away doesn't fix it, she was shouting now. Tears were streaming down her face. The great hall had gone quiet. Hundreds of faces turned toward the spectacle of Pansy Parkinson melting down at the Gryffindor table. Harry stood up. Pansy flinched back, but not away, toward him, her body fighting her mind, the resonance pulling her closer even as her fury pushed her away. Pansy. Harry kept his voice low and steady. I know what you're feeling. I know it's not your choice. I'm working on it. But right now, you need to step back. I don't want to step back. She was sobbing now, ugly and raw. I want it to stop. I want to feel like myself again. I wrote to the ministry because I thought they'd fix it and they haven't fixed anything, they just sent that vulture to poke around and take measurements and I'm still, she lunged. Not at Harry, past him, toward the exit, pushing blindly through a cluster of startled Hufflepuffs. Millicent hurried after her. The great hall erupted in whispers. Harry sat back down. His hands were shaking. The channel was holding, he checked, double-checked, triple-checked, but Pansy's pain had hit him harder than any of Fleur's stress tests. Because this wasn't a simulation. This was a real girl, a girl who hated him, breaking apart in front of 400 people because his magic was inside her head and she couldn't get it out. Ron was staring at him. Mate. What the hell was that? It's complicated. Yeah, I got that. How about you uncomplicate it, because I've been watching weird things happen around you for 3 weeks and I've been trying to give you space, but that, he gestured toward the doors Pansy had fled through. That was not normal weird. That was Parkinson crying in public about feeling you in her dreams. Harry looked at his best friend and realized, with a stab of guilt, that he'd been so focused on the witches, on Hermione and Daphne and Fleur and the training and the ministry, that he'd left Ron completely in the dark. Ron, who'd been beside him through everything. Ron, who'd faced Voldemort's chess set at 11 and a cave full of spiders at 12 and his own worst fears in a maze at 14. Ron, who deserved better than being the last to know. After dinner, Harry said. I'll tell you everything. He told Ron everything. They sat in the dormitory with the curtains pulled and a muffliato charm cast for privacy, and Harry explained it all. The resonance. The Horcrux. The training with Fleur and Daphne and Hermione. The ministry. Thorn. The channel. All of it, from the beginning, holding nothing back. Ron listened without interrupting. His ears went red at certain parts, the revelation about the Horcrux, the description of Hermione fighting the resonance, the news about the binding specialist, but he kept his mouth shut until Harry finished. Then he was quiet for a long time. So let me get this straight, Ron said finally. You've got a piece of you-know-whose soul stuck in your head, and it's making every girl in school go mental, and the ministry wants to tie off your magic like a leaky tap, and you've been dealing with all of this for 3 weeks without telling me. I didn't know how. I'm not angry. Ron held up a hand. I mean, I am a bit. But mostly I'm angry at myself for not noticing. I should have noticed, Harry. The girls staring, Hermione acting strange, you disappearing every evening, I was too thick to put it together. You're not thick. I am a bit. But that's beside the point. Ron leaned forward, elbows on his knees. What do you need? The simplicity of it, the total absence of drama or judgment, just what do you need, made Harry's throat tighten. I need you to be normal, Harry said. Everyone else is walking on eggshells around me. I need one person who just treats me like Harry. Done. Easiest job in the world. Ron grinned. You're still rubbish at chess and you fly like a show-off and your hair is a war crime. See? Normal. Harry laughed. It was the first genuine laugh he'd produced in weeks, and it felt like unclenching a fist he hadn't known was closed. Right, Ron said, standing up. Now. This Horcrux business. Hermione's researching extraction methods. Her and Daphne. 2 of the scariest women in school working together. Brilliant. Terrifying, but brilliant. Ron cracked his knuckles. I can't feel the resonance thing, obviously. And I'm not much use with the fancy aura training. But I know you, and I know when you're about to do something stupid and noble and self-sacrificing. So consider me your stupidity prevention system. My what? Your best mate who tells you when you're being an idiot. It's a full-time position. No pay, terrible hours. I'm overqualified. He clapped Harry on the shoulder. Now get some sleep. You look like death. Harry lay in bed that night feeling lighter than he had since the summer. The channel flowed. The castle slept. And somewhere in the corridors below, Pansy Parkinson sat in a bathroom stall and cried, and Harry added her name to the list of people he was failing. He wouldn't fail them much longer. Sunday brought an unexpected development. The castle started to take sides. It began at breakfast. A group of 7th-year Ravenclaw girls approached the Gryffindor table, unusual in itself, and asked to speak with Harry. Their spokesperson was a tall witch named Elena Whitmore, who had dark circles under her eyes and a clipped, no-nonsense manner. We know what's happening, Elena said. About the resonance. Padma Patil figured it out, she's been researching independently since the first week. We know you're working on controlling it, and we want you to know that the Ravenclaws support you. Support me how? We've drafted a letter to the Board of Governors opposing any ministry intervention. 32 signatures. Every witch in Ravenclaw who's of age. Elena set a rolled parchment on the table. We've also established a buddy system for the younger students, older witches paired with younger ones, helping them manage the resonance effects. It's been working. The 2nd and 3rd years are handling it much better with support. Harry stared at her. You organized all this? Padma organized it. I'm just the messenger. Elena paused. Potter, we're not doing this because we like you. Some of us do. Some of us find you deeply irritating. But you didn't choose this, and the ministry binding an underage wizard for something he can't control is wrong. We won't stand for it. She left. Harry unrolled the parchment and found 32 names in careful cursive, each one a witch who'd spent the last 3 weeks feeling her mind pulled toward him and had chosen, deliberately, to fight for his right to exist as he was. The Hufflepuffs followed that afternoon. Hannah Abbott found Harry in the courtyard and handed him a similar petition, smaller, 20 signatures, but earnest. Susan Bones organized it, Hannah said. Her cheeks were pink, and Harry could see the resonance pull working in the slight tremor of her hands, but she stood her ground. Her aunt's in the DMLE. Susan says the ministry has no right to interfere with a student's magical development without evidence of criminal intent. She's written to her aunt directly. By Monday, even some of the Slytherins had weighed in. Not publicly, Slytherins didn't do public, but Daphne reported that Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott had cornered her after potions. Zabini said, and I quote, "The ministry binding Potter's magic sets a precedent that could be used against any of us. Today it's power levels. Tomorrow it's bloodline analysis. We oppose this on principle," Daphne told Harry during their evening session. Nott said something less eloquent but roughly the same. They care about precedent, not about me. Welcome to Slytherin politics. The motivation doesn't matter, the support does. Daphne spread the 3 petitions on the floor of the room of requirement. 57 signatures opposing ministry intervention. Plus McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, Dumbledore told me the heads of house are presenting a unified front. And Fleur has contacted Madame Maxime at Beauxbatons, who's issued a statement through the ICW condemning the use of magical binding on minors. Madame Maxime? How? Fleur is very well connected. And the ICW has been looking for a reason to push back against British ministry overreach since the Umbridge debacle. Daphne permitted herself a small, cold smile. Edgecombe's superiors are going to receive Thorne's report recommending further investigation at the same time they receive international condemnation, domestic petitions, and a unified faculty objection. That's a lot of political pressure. Will it be enough? It depends on what Thorne puts in his report. If he mentions the secondary signature, the Horcrux, in specific terms, no amount of political pressure will stop the ministry from coming back with more people and more authority. The question hung in the air, how much had Thorne actually felt? They got their answer on Tuesday. Edgecombe requested a final meeting before leaving Hogwarts. Harry met her in the same third-floor classroom, but this time, the dynamic had shifted. No ministry men flanking her. No Thorne lurking with his scarred hands. Just Edgecombe, alone, standing by the window with the afternoon light casting sharp shadows across her face. "Sit," she said. Harry sat. "Thorne's report has been filed." Edgecombe remained standing. "He describes your core as anomalous but functionally stable. He notes the secondary signature but characterizes it as," she paused, consulting a piece of parchment, "as a residual contamination of indeterminate origin, consistent with prolonged exposure to a hostile magical source. He recommends further study but does not recommend binding." Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "However." Edgecombe's voice sharpened. "He also notes that your containment, while effective, appears to be concealing deeper structural irregularities and that, these are his words, the subject is aware of and actively suppressing anomalies within his own core. In plain language, he's telling the department that you're hiding something. I'm controlling my magic. That's what you asked me to do. I asked you to cooperate with a transparent assessment. You cooperated with the surface and blocked the rest." Edgecombe folded the parchment. "Mr. Potter, I am not your enemy. I came here expecting to find a dangerous situation, and what I found instead was a 16-year-old boy who is working harder than any student I've ever assessed to keep his own power in check. That is admirable. That is, frankly, remarkable." She paused, and something in her expression shifted. The professional mask slipped, just a fraction. "But I have been doing this work for 20 years, and I know when someone is hiding something. Thorne knows it too. And while I can, and will, file a report that recommends continued monitoring rather than intervention, I cannot guarantee that will be the end of it." She met his eyes. Whatever you're concealing, Mr. Potter, I strongly suggest you find a solution before someone less sympathetic comes asking. That's the second time someone's told me that this week. Then perhaps you should listen. She picked up her cloak from the back of a chair. I'll be leaving Hogwarts this afternoon. My report will be filed by end of week. You have, I'm guessing, 4 to 6 weeks before the department decides its next move. That's not much time. No. It isn't. She crossed to the door, then stopped. One more thing. Off the record. She turned back. My daughter Marietta came home from school last year with the word sneak scarred across her face. I was furious. I wanted someone punished. I wanted someone to pay. She held Harry's gaze. I came here expecting to hate you. To find an arrogant boy drunk on his own power. Instead, I found someone who reminds me, uncomfortably, of myself at 16, too much weight on too young shoulders and no one willing to share the load. She left without waiting for a response. Harry sat in the empty classroom and stared at the door she'd closed behind her and thought that Hermione had been right, all the way back at the beginning. Edgecombe was dangerous because she was reasonable. And now she was something potentially even more complicated, an adversary who might be becoming an ally. 4 to 6 weeks. That was the window. 4 to 6 weeks to find a way to extract a Horcrux from a living host, or the ministry would be back, and next time, they might not send someone who was willing to listen. Harry left the classroom and went straight to the room of requirement, where Hermione and Daphne had been camped out since lunch, surrounded by a growing mountain of books, parchment, and increasingly frantic notes. "We found something," Hermione said the moment he walked in. Her eyes were bright, not with the resonance, but with the feverish gleam of a breakthrough. "Tell me." Daphne held up a very old, very thin book bound in pale blue leather. "This isn't from my family's collection. This is from the Hogwarts library." Hermione found it in the restricted section, miscatalogued under healing theory. "It's a treatise on soul injuries," Hermione said. "Written by a healer named Caddoc Pruitt in 1614. He treated victims of dark soul magic, people who'd been attacked with curses that damaged or fragmented their spirits. And in one chapter, he describes treating a young woman who had a foreign soul fragment embedded in her magical core." Harry's heart rate spiked. Someone survived having a Horcrux in them. It wasn't called a Horcrux, the term didn't exist yet. But the description matches exactly. A dark wizard had killed her husband and somehow, Pruitt wasn't sure how, a fragment of the murderer's soul had transferred to her during the attack. Hermione's hands were shaking as she turned the pages. Pruitt describes a ritual. Not destruction. Separation. He didn't kill the fragment, he coaxed it out. Gave it somewhere else to go. Somewhere else. A prepared vessel. An object strong enough to contain a soul fragment. He moved the fragment from the living host into the object, and then destroyed the object separately. Hermione looked up. The woman survived. The fragment was destroyed. Both outcomes achieved without harming the host. Hope, real, genuine, dangerous hope, bloomed in Harry's chest. He forced himself to breathe through it, to think clearly, to not seize this like a drowning man seizing a rope. "What were the requirements?" he asked. "For the ritual." Daphne consulted her notes. 3 components. First, a vessel, a magical object capable of containing a soul fragment. Pruitt used a lodestone enchanted with specific binding runes. Second, a team of witches with strong resonance sensitivity. They served as guides, using their ability to sense the foreign signature to direct the separation process. And third, she hesitated. Third, Hermione said, the host must voluntarily open their magical core to the process. Fully. No defenses, no containment, no barriers. The soul fragment has to be exposed completely for the separation to work. Harry understood immediately why she'd hesitated. Opening his core meant dropping the channel. Dropping the channel meant the Horcrux's energy would erupt outward, uncontained, flooding the castle with the full, unfiltered resonance. Every witch in Hogwarts would feel it. The younger ones, the second years, the first years, the children, would be hit with the full force of two warring souls. "We'd have to evacuate the castle," Harry said. "Or contain the ritual space," Daphne said. "This room. Its absorbing walls might be enough to keep the eruption contained within the chamber." Might. I can't guarantee it. No one can, this has never been done at this scale. Harry looked at the three of them, Hermione with her shaking hands and bright eyes, Daphne with her cool calculation and hidden fear, and through the door, he could hear Fleur's footsteps approaching, summoned by Hermione's Patronus. "How long to prepare the ritual?" he asked. 2 weeks minimum, Hermione said. "We need to source the vessel, inscribe the binding runes, and practice the resonance guidance technique. Daphne and I have the sensitivity, and Fleur's Vela perception adds another dimension. With Luna, her ability to see the auras directly could be invaluable for guiding the separation." "4 witches," Harry said. "You, Daphne, Fleur, and Luna." Pruitt used 3. 4 would be better. 5 would be ideal, but I don't know who, Ginny. Harry said it without thinking, and then realized it was right. Ginny, who'd carried a piece of Voldemort in her head for a year. Ginny, who understood possession and violation and the desperate fight to reclaim yourself. She's strong. She's sensitive, she felt the resonance immediately. And she has personal experience with Tom Riddle's soul. That could go either way, Daphne cautioned. Her history with the diary fragment might make her more attuned to Horcrux energy, or it might make her more vulnerable to it. Ask her. Let her decide. Daphne nodded slowly. "I'll talk to her." Fleur arrived, read the situation in seconds, and spent 10 minutes reviewing Pruitt's treatise with the focused intensity of a master craftsman examining a blueprint. When she finished, she looked up and said simply, "This can work." "You're sure?" "Nothing is sure. But the theory is sound, the healer's account is detailed, and we have something Pruitt did not, a Vela, 2 resonance-sensitive witches, a seer, and a host who has been training his aura control for weeks. The channel technique you've developed is not just containment, it's navigation. You already know how to direct the Horcrux's energy. The ritual simply asks you to direct it into a vessel instead of back into your own core." It was the most hopeful thing Harry had heard since September. 2 weeks, he said. "We prepare for 2 weeks. And then we do this." The room was quiet. 4 people standing on the edge of something enormous, something that could save Harry or destroy him, something that had never been attempted in living memory. "We should tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. "I'll tell him tonight. If he's back." "And Ron," Daphne added, surprising everyone. "He should be there. Not for the ritual, he can't contribute magically, but Potter shouldn't face this without his best friend in the building. Some things matter more than magical utility." Harry looked at Daphne Greengrass, this ice-cold Slytherin who'd spent 6 years as a stranger and 3 weeks as an ally, and saw, for the first time, something that looked unmistakably like friendship. "Thank you, Daphne. Don't read into it. I'm being practical." But the faintest color rose in her cheeks, and she turned away before anyone could comment. Hermione caught Harry's eye across the room. She smiled, small, private, full of something that had nothing to do with resonance and everything to do with the quiet, stubborn hope of people who refused to accept the impossible. 2 weeks. 14 days to prepare a ritual that hadn't been performed in 4 centuries, to extract a piece of the darkest wizard alive from the soul of a 16-year-old boy, in a room deep inside a castle full of children while the ministry circled like wolves. Harry stepped out of the room of requirement into the 7th-floor corridor. The castle stretched around him, vast and ancient, full of sleeping students and burning torches and magic so old it had seeped into the stones. The channel flowed. The hum was quiet. And somewhere deep inside him, beneath the golden light of his own power, the dark fragment of Tom Riddle stirred in its containment and sensed, perhaps for the first time, that its days were numbered. Harry pressed his hand against his scar. It was warm. Always warm. Not much longer, he said. To himself. To the thing inside him. To no one. He walked down the corridor toward Gryffindor Tower, and the castle held its breath around him. Chapter 5, Unbound. The lodestone arrived on a Thursday, smuggled into Hogwarts inside a crate of fanged geraniums that Neville had ordered from a specialist greenhouse in Devon. The greenhouse owner owed Neville's grandmother a favor, the kind of favor that didn't get discussed in polite company, and hadn't asked questions about the fist-sized chunk of magnetite nestled between the root balls. Hermione unwrapped it in the room of requirement with the care of a surgeon handling a transplant organ. The stone was dense and dark, almost black, with veins of silver running through it like frozen lightning. It hummed faintly when she held it, a resonance of its own, the natural magnetic magic that had made lodestones prized by wizards for centuries. "It's perfect," she said. "High iron content, strong natural magical conductivity, and the crystalline structure is intact. No fractures, no inclusions." She set it on the stone floor and pulled out her wand. "I'll start the binding runes tonight. The first layer takes 8 hours to set." Daphne knelt beside her, examining the stone with her own wand. Pruitt used a 13-rune sequence. Standard Elder Futhark with 3 modified glyphs for soul containment. I've cross-referenced his description with the Greengrass records. My great-great-aunt annotated a similar sequence in 1811. "Show me." The two of them bent over the stone, wands tracing practice patterns in the air, debating rune placement with the intense focus of two architects arguing over blueprints. Harry watched from across the room, feeling simultaneously grateful and useless. The magical theory behind the ritual was so far beyond his understanding that he might as well have been watching them discuss quantum physics. His contribution would come later, during the ritual itself, when it was his core that had to open and his will that had to guide the fragment out. Fleur arrived with Luna, who had accepted her role in the ritual with the serene lack of surprise that characterized everything Luna did. When Daphne had explained the situation, the Horcrux, the extraction, the need for someone who could see the auras directly, Luna had simply nodded and said, "Yes, I thought we'd get around to this eventually." "She's either extraordinarily intuitive or completely insane," Daphne had muttered afterward. "Why not both?" Harry had replied, and Daphne had given him a look that suggested she was reconsidering the entire alliance. Now Luna sat cross-legged in the corner, watching the preparations with her wide, pale eyes. Occasionally, she'd tilt her head and say something like, "The rune on the left needs to be a quarter turn clockwise, the dark color doesn't like the angle," and Hermione would adjust and the binding structure would stabilize in ways that shouldn't have been possible without formal testing. "How does she do that?" Hermione whispered to Harry during a break. "I stopped asking how Luna does things around second year. It's easier on the brain." The 5th member of the ritual team arrived last. Ginny walked into the room of requirement with her jaw set and her wand in her hand and the look of someone who had made a decision and dared the universe to challenge it. Daphne had spoken to her 2 days ago. Harry didn't know the details of the conversation. Daphne had insisted on handling it alone, arguing that Ginny would respond better to a straightforward tactical briefing than an emotional appeal, but whatever Daphne had said, it had worked. Ginny had come to Harry that evening in the common room, sat down across from him, and said 3 words, "I'm doing it." "Ginny, you don't have to. I know I don't have to. I want to. That thing has been inside you since before we met, and it's the same thing that was inside me." Her eyes burned. "I want to watch it leave." Now she stood in the room of requirement, taking in the preparations, the lodestone, the rune work, the careful arrangement of positions, and Harry saw her hand tighten on her wand. Not fear. Resolve. "Where do you need me?" she asked. Daphne unrolled a diagram on the floor. 5 positions marked in a pentagonal arrangement around a central point. "You'll be here, the south position. Closest to Potter's scar. Your experience with Riddle's soul should make you the most attuned to the Horcrux's frequency. When the fragment begins to move, you'll feel it first. Your job is to call the direction, tell us which way it's going so we can guide it toward the vessel. Like sonar, Ginny said. Exactly like sonar. Ginny studied the diagram, then nodded. I can do that. One more thing. Daphne's voice softened, a rare occurrence that made everyone in the room pay attention. When the fragment moves, it may resonate with your memories of the diary. The same magical signature, the same soul. It could trigger flashbacks. Emotional responses. If that happens, I'll handle it. Ginny's voice was iron. I've had 5 years to deal with what that diary did to me. I'm not 11 anymore. Daphne held her gaze for a moment, then dipped her head in what might have been respect. Good. The preparations consumed every waking hour for the next 10 days. Hermione and Daphne inscribed the binding runes in shifts, working through the night in rotations, sleeping in conjured beds in the room of requirement because the rune sequence couldn't be left unattended during the setting process. Each layer took hours to inscribe and more hours to stabilize, and a single error would require starting that layer from scratch. Fleur drilled Harry on the aura techniques he'd need during the ritual. The channel would have to be reversed. Instead of directing the Horcrux's energy inward, Harry would need to push it outward, toward the vessel, while keeping it contained enough not to flood the room. It was like trying to pour water from a cup through a straw, controlled, directed, precise. The fragment will fight, Fleur warned him. When it realizes what is happening, that it is being moved, separated, it will resist. It may attack your mind. It may try to seize control of your magic. You must be ready. I've had Voldemort in my head before. This is different. Before, he was passing through. This time, you are forcing him out. A cornered animal is far more dangerous than one in transit. Luna spent her time doing something that no one else quite understood. She sat near the lodestone for hours, eyes closed, occasionally reaching out to touch it with her fingertips. When asked what she was doing, she said she was introducing herself to the stone so it would know to open when the time came. Hermione looked pained. Daphne looked skeptical. But the lodestone's natural hum grew stronger after each of Luna's sessions, and neither of them could explain why, so they let her continue. Ron, true to Daphne's suggestion, was there. Not inside the ritual circle, he couldn't contribute magically, but present, stationed near the door, steady and solid and unmovable. He brought food when they forgot to eat. He made terrible jokes when the tension got too thick. He sat with Harry during the breaks and talked about Quidditch and homework and absolutely nothing important, and it was exactly what Harry needed. You know, Ron said one evening, watching Hermione and Daphne argue about rune geometry with increasing volume, if someone had told me at the start of term that you'd end up assembling a crack team of witches to perform ancient soul surgery on you in a magic room, I'd have said that was mental. And now? Now I'd say it's only the third most mental thing that's happened to us. Ron grinned. Remember the time turner? Or the dragon? Or the point taken? I'm just saying. Our bar for normal is already in the basement. This barely moves the needle. Harry laughed, and the channel held, and the days counted down. Dumbledore returned to the castle 3 days before the ritual. He came to the room of requirement at midnight, appearing at the door as if he'd always known where to find them. He looked worse than Harry had ever seen him. The blackened hand was darker now, the damage spreading past his wrist, and his face was drawn and gray. But his eyes were sharp. He examined the lodestone. He reviewed the rune sequence. He listened as Hermione explained the ritual procedure with the precise, rapid-fire delivery of someone who'd rehearsed the explanation 40 times. He asked questions, pointed, specific, revealing a depth of knowledge about soul magic that surprised even Daphne, and nodded at the answers. Caddock Pruitt, he said, turning the blue book over in his hands. I knew this treatise existed. I have spent 30 years looking for it. It was in your own library, Hermione said, with just a hint of reproach. Miscatalogued. The irony is not lost on me, Miss Granger. He set the book down and looked at Harry. You understand the risks. The fragment might fight. It might attack my mind. The resonance will spike when the channel drops. If the room's walls don't contain it, every witch in the castle will be affected. And if the extraction fails, then we try again. Or we find another way. And if the extraction succeeds but damages your core in the process? Harry had thought about this. Hermione had explained the possibility, that the Horcrux's roots had grown so deep into his magical architecture that removing it might tear out pieces of his own power. He could come out of this diminished. Weakened. Less than he was. Then I deal with it, Harry said. A smaller magical core is better than sharing one with Voldemort. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he did something Harry didn't expect, he reached out and placed his good hand on Harry's shoulder. The old man's grip was surprisingly strong. Your mother would be extraordinarily proud of you, Dumbledore said. As am I. He left before Harry could respond. The door closed behind him, and Harry stood in the room of requirement and felt the weight of those words settle into his bones alongside the hum and the darkness and the stubborn, unbreakable will to survive. The ritual was set for Saturday night. They chose midnight, the castle would be asleep, the magical ambient levels at their lowest, the risk of the resonance spike reaching beyond the room's walls minimized. Dumbledore arranged for a cover story, a late-night faculty meeting, all heads of house occupied, prefect patrols rerouted away from the 7th floor. McGonagall was told. She insisted on being present, not inside the room, but outside, guarding the door, ready to intervene if anything went catastrophically wrong. Fleur argued that McGonagall's resonance sensitivity made her vulnerable to the spike. McGonagall told Fleur, in terms that were polite but left zero room for debate, that she had been protecting students since before Fleur's parents met and would not be lectured about risk by a woman half her age. Fleur, wisely, dropped the argument. Saturday arrived with agonizing slowness. Harry went through the motions of the day, breakfast, a half-hearted attempt at homework, lunch, but his mind was already in the room of requirement, already standing in the center of the ritual circle, already opening himself to the thing that lived behind his scar. He spent the afternoon with Ron. They flew, just the two of them, on the Quidditch pitch, tossing a quaffle back and forth in the thin autumn sunlight. No conversation. No agenda. Just flying, the wind in Harry's face, his broom responding to the slightest touch, his body remembering what it felt like to be free and weightless and unbound. At one point, Ron threw the quaffle wide and Harry chased it, diving hard, pulling out of the plunge 3 feet above the grass with the ball clutched against his chest. When he flew back up, Ron was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. What? Harry said. Nothing. Just, remember this feeling, yeah. Whatever happens tonight. Remember what it feels like to fly. Harry nodded. His throat was too tight to speak. They landed as the sun went down. 11:45. The 7th floor corridor was empty. Harry stood outside the room of requirement, breathing slowly, feeling the channel flow. Beside him, Ron leaned against the wall, arms crossed, face set. Not nervous, ready. Behind them, McGonagall stood with her wand drawn, her spectacles catching the torchlight, her expression carved from stone. The door appeared. Hermione opened it from inside. We're ready, she said. The room had transformed. Gone were the cushions and the conjured desks and the comfortable training space. In their place was a stone chamber, circular, 30 feet across, with walls that pulsed with a deep, absorbing magic stronger than anything Harry had felt before. The ceiling was high and dark, lost in shadow. The floor was bare stone, inscribed with a complex pattern of interlocking circles and runes that radiated outward from a central point. The lodestone sat at the heart of the pattern, resting on a low stone pedestal. It was changed, the binding runes covered its entire surface, glowing faintly blue, layer upon layer of enchantment built up over 10 days of meticulous work. It hummed with contained potential, a vessel ready to receive. 5 positions were marked on the floor, evenly spaced around the central point. Hermione stood at the north position. Daphne at the east. Fleur at the west. Luna at the northeast. Ginny at the south, closest to where Harry would stand, closest to the scar. They were already in position. Wands drawn. Faces steady. Ron stopped at the door. He wouldn't enter the circle, there was nothing he could do inside, and his presence would be a distraction. But he gripped Harry's arm as he passed. "Come back, yeah," Ron said. "I've got no one else to play chess with. You always win anyway." "That's not the point, you absolute prat." Ron's hand tightened. "Come back." Harry nodded. Ron let go. Harry walked into the circle. The moment he crossed the outer ring of runes, he felt the room close around him like a fist. The absorbing walls intensified, pulling at his aura, dampening the ambient magic to near zero. It was like walking into a vacuum, everything outside the circle ceased to exist. There was only the stone floor, the 5 witches, the lodestone, and the dark thing living behind his scar. He took his position at the central point, directly above the lodestone. He could feel it humming beneath his feet, the binding runes vibrating with readiness. It knew what was coming. Luna had been right, the stone had been prepared, primed, awakened. "Harry." Hermione's voice was calm. Controlled. Every ounce of her considerable will focused into that single word. "When you're ready, drop the channel. Let the fragment surface. We'll do the rest." Harry looked around the circle. 5 faces looking back at him. Hermione, pale and fierce, her wand steady. Daphne, cool and sharp, her resonant sensitivity tuned to its highest pitch. Fleur, silver and still, her Vela perception radiating outward like radar. Luna, serene and open, her strange sight already fixed on something invisible. Ginny, blazing, her jaw set, her memories of Tom Riddle's diary burning in her eyes like fuel for the fire she was about to walk through. "Thank you," Harry said. "All of you. For everything." "Thank us afterward," Daphne said. "When there's something to be thankful for." "Drop the channel, Harry," Fleur said. "We are ready." Harry closed his eyes. He found the channel, the familiar structure he'd built and maintained for weeks, the smooth downward funnel that redirected the Horcrux's energy into his core. It was part of him now, woven into his magical architecture, as natural as breathing. He had to stop breathing. He reached for the channel with his will and began to dismantle it. The first layer peeled away like skin from a burn. The Horcrux's energy, held down for so long, surged upward immediately, pressing against the remaining layers with desperate force. Harry gritted his teeth and pulled away the second layer. The third. The fourth. The dark energy roared upward through the gap. "I feel it," Ginny said. Her voice was tight but steady. "It's moving. North-northeast. Toward Hermione." "Redirecting," Hermione said. Her wand moved in a precise arc, and Harry felt something shift, a subtle redirection, a guide rail, nudging the dark energy away from the witch and toward the center of the circle. Harry pulled away the final layer. The channel collapsed. The resonance detonated. Even in the absorbing room, even with the dampening walls and the runic containment and the 5 witches holding the circle, the force of the unshielded Horcrux was staggering. Harry felt it rip outward from his core, a shockwave of dark and golden energy, the full fury of 2 souls in collision, uncontained for the first time since he'd learned to control it. The lodestone screamed. Not a sound, a vibration, a frequency that Harry felt in his teeth and his bones and the deepest chambers of his heart. The binding runes flared from blue to white to blinding gold. "Hold!" Fleur shouted. Her voice was ragged. Her allure was responding to the resonance, amplifying it, feeding it. She was fighting her own nature to maintain control. Hold the circle. Do not break position. Harry opened his eyes. The room was alive with visible magic, arcs of gold and dark green light crackling between his body and the 5 witches, connecting them in a web of raw, unbridled power. The absorbing walls were groaning, actually groaning, straining to contain the energy that was pouring out of him. "I can see it," Luna said. Her voice was the only calm one in the room. "The dark vine. It's moving. It's reaching for the rune lines. It wants to spread." "Ginny, direction." Daphne barked. "South-southwest, coming toward me, it's, oh God," Ginny's voice cracked, and Harry saw her stagger. Not physically, magically. The Horcrux's energy was reaching for her, recognizing something familiar, the residual trace of the diary that had once lived inside her. It was like calling to like. Dark to dark. "Ginny." Harry started to move toward her. "Don't leave the center." Hermione's voice was a whip-crack. "Harry, stay on the point. We need you centered over the vessel." Ginny caught herself. Her wand came up, blazing red, and she pushed back against the dark energy with a raw, furious burst of her own magic. "No," she snarled. "Not this time. You don't get to have me. Not ever again." The dark energy recoiled. Ginny stood firm, shaking, tears streaming down her face, her wand a torch of defiant red light. The Horcruxes seeking tendril withdrew, rebuffed, and curled back toward the center. "Now, Harry!" Fleur cried. "While it is pulled back, direct it downward. Into the stone." Harry reached into his own core. The Horcrux was there, exposed, thrashing, fighting. Without the channel to contain it, it was a wild thing, a trapped snake striking in every direction. He could feel its rage, its terror, its desperate will to survive. And beneath that, something older and colder, the calculating intelligence of Tom Riddle, the fragment of a soul that had endured for 15 years inside an unwilling host. Get out, Harry thought. Not with anger. Not with hatred. With absolute, bone-deep certainty. You don't belong here. You never belonged here. Get out. He pushed. The Horcrux screamed. Inside his mind, inside his magic, inside the scar that had been its anchor for 15 years, it screamed with a voice that wasn't sound but pure, distilled malice. Harry's vision whited out. Pain, searing, blinding pain, erupted from his scar and cascaded through his body like lightning through water. He pushed harder. The vine is moving. Luna called. Downward. It's following the rune lines toward the stone. I can feel it in the aura, Daphne said. Her voice was strained, her resonant sensitivity overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of what was happening. The dark signature is separating. It's pulling away from the gold. Harry, keep pushing, it's working. Harry pushed with everything he had. Not just his magic, his will, his identity, his self. Everything that made him Harry and not Tom, everything that was golden and stubborn and fiercely, defiantly alive. He pushed the dark fragment down through his core, through the rune lines inscribed in the floor, toward the humming, waiting lodestone. The Horcrux fought every inch. It threw memories at him. His parents' murder, the green flash, his mother's scream, the cold laughter. Cedric's body hitting the ground. Sirius falling through the veil, his expression of surprise frozen forever. It threw pain, his scar splitting open, blood running down his face, the burning agony of a soul being ripped from its moorings. And then it threw something worse. It threw Hermione. Not a memory, an image. A fabrication. Hermione on the floor, eyes open, empty, the resonance having consumed her from the inside out. Hermione driven mad by his power, her brilliant mind shattered, her identity erased. This is what you do to everyone who gets close to you, the the Horcrux whispered in Riddle's voice. You destroy them. You've always destroyed them. Give up. Let me stay. I'm the strongest part of you, and without me, you're nothing. Harry opened his eyes. Through the blood and the tears and the blinding storm of magic, he saw Hermione. Real Hermione. Standing at the north point of the circle, her wand blazing amber, her hair wild around her face, holding the ritual together through sheer force of intellect and will. She was crying. She was shaking. And she was looking at him with an expression of such fierce, unshakable belief that it burned through the Horcrux's illusions like sunlight through fog. Harry, she shouted over the roaring magic. I'm here. I'm real. Push it out. Push it out. Harry screamed. Not words, sound, raw and primal, torn from the deepest part of him. He gathered every particle of his power, every ounce of his golden, stubborn, human magic, and he shoved the dark fragment of Tom Riddle's soul out of his body and into the stone. The lodestone caught it. The binding runes blazed, white, gold, then the deep, terrible green of the Horcrux's energy, and the stone cracked. Not breaking, splitting, like a seed germinating, opening just enough to swallow the dark thing that was pouring into it. The runes closed around the fragment, layer after layer, cage after cage, sealing it inside the magnetite with a finality that resonated through the floor and the walls and the bones of everyone in the room. The room of requirement went silent. Not quiet. Silent. The kind of absolute absence of sound that happens when something enormous stops. Like the moment after a thunderclap. Like the last echo of a bell fading into nothing. Harry was on his knees. He didn't remember falling. His hands were flat on the stone floor, his scar was burning, blood was dripping from his forehead onto the runes. But inside his core, inside his magic, inside the space where two souls had warred for 15 years, silence. One heartbeat. His. One aura. Gold. Just gold. He looked up. Hermione had broken position, she was running toward him, falling to her knees beside him, her hands on his face, tilting it up to look at his scar. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? How many fingers am I holding up? You're not holding up any fingers, you're holding my face. She laughed. It was a wild, broken, beautiful sound. It worked. Oh God, it worked. Luna, can you see, it's gone, Luna said. She was still standing at her position, her head tilted, her pale eyes fixed on Harry with an expression of quiet wonder. The dark vine. It's gone. There's just gold now. Very bright gold. You look like a sunrise, Harry. Ginny was sitting on the floor, her knees drawn up, her wand limp in her hand. She was shaking, fine, uncontrollable tremors, but she was smiling. I felt it leave, she whispered. I felt it let go. It was like watching a door close. Daphne had crossed to the lodestone. She crouched beside it, her wand out, scanning the binding runes. The containment is holding. The fragment is inside. Sealed. She looked up. It's done. Fleur was the last to move. She stood at the west point, her silver blonde hair in wild disarray, her face sheened with sweat. She looked exhausted in a way Harry had never seen, the allure was fully suppressed, all her energy spent on the ritual, and without it she looked startlingly, beautifully human. How do you feel, Harry? She asked. Harry sat back on his heels. He reached inward, carefully, tentatively, like probing a wound, and found his magical core. It was there. Whole. His. Only his. Smaller than it had been an hour ago, the Horcrux's dark energy had been a significant portion of what he'd been carrying, and without it, the ocean was reduced. Still vast. Still powerful. But entirely, unmistakably his own. I feel. He searched for the word. Clean. The door burst open. Ron was through it in 2 strides, skidding to a halt at the edge of the rune circle, his face white. Are you, did it worked, Ron, Harry said. Ron's face crumbled. Not into tears, into relief so profound it was almost indistinguishable from grief. He crossed the circle in 3 steps and hauled Harry to his feet and into a hug so tight it made Harry's ribs creak. You absolute lunatic, Ron said into his shoulder. Don't ever do anything like that again. No promises. Ron pulled back, held him at arm's length, looked at his face, the blood, the tears, the scar that was already fading from angry red to its usual pale pink, and shook his head. Your hair's still a war crime, for the record. Harry laughed. It turned into something else halfway through, a shaking, ragged, overwhelmed sound that wasn't quite laughter and wasn't quite sobbing, and Ron held on to his shoulders and didn't let go until it passed. McGonagall appeared in the doorway. She took in the scene, the cracked lodestone, the fading runes, the 6 exhausted teenagers and 1 equally exhausted Quartervilla, and her composure fractured for the 2nd time in Harry's experience. Her hand went to her mouth. Her eyes glistened behind her spectacles. Is it done? She asked. It's done, Hermione said. McGonagall nodded. She blinked rapidly several times, straightened her spine, and became herself again. Then someone please explain to me why there is blood on my student's face and no one has thought to fetch Madame Pomfrey. The next morning, Harry went to breakfast. He walked into the great hall at 8 o'clock, flanked by Ron and Hermione, and sat at the Gryffindor table and poured himself a cup of tea. The room was full, Sunday morning, lazy start, students drifting in with bedhead and yawns. The enchanted ceiling showed a clear blue sky. The candles floated serenely. Nothing happened. No staring. No flushed cheeks. No stumbling. No sparking wands or collapsing 2nd years or 5th year Ravenclaws walking into walls. Harry sat in the middle of a crowded table and ate his eggs and the world didn't so much as ripple. Hermione sat beside him. Not across the table, beside him, close, their elbows almost touching. Her hands were steady. Her eyes were clear. She was reading the morning's Daily Prophet with the lazy efficiency of someone who didn't have a magical bonfire screaming in her head. Anything good? Harry asked, nodding at the paper. The cannons lost again. Ron will be devastated. Don't tell him yet. Let him eat first. Hermione smiled. It was a quiet smile, private, and it was aimed at the newspaper rather than at Harry, but he felt it like sunlight. Not the resonance, that was gone, snuffed out, silent. Just warmth. The ordinary, unglamorous warmth of sitting next to someone you cared about on a Sunday morning. Down the table, Lavender Brown was talking to Parvati about some divination assignment. Neither of them glanced at Harry. Across the hall, the Ravenclaw table buzzed with its usual intellectual chatter. Elena Whitmore caught Harry's eye and gave him a brief nod, acknowledgement, nothing more, and returned to her toast. At the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass sat with her back straight and her expression composed and a cup of tea held in one elegant hand. She didn't look at Harry. She didn't need to. But when Pansy Parkinson sat down 3 seats away and poured herself pumpkin juice with perfectly steady hands, Daphne's mouth curved in the smallest of smiles. Pansy didn't look at Harry either. She ate her breakfast with focused determination, and her eyes were dry, and her hands didn't shake, and when Millicent said something that made her laugh, the laugh was real and free and entirely her own. Ginny arrived late, sliding into a seat further down the table. She looked tired, they all looked tired, but her face was calm. She chatted with Demelza Robbins about Quidditch tryouts, and when her gaze passed over Harry, it lingered for just a moment. A warm, steady look. Not the blazing, consuming intensity of the resonance. Just a girl looking at a boy she cared about and choosing, freely, to keep looking. Luna drifted in last, sat at the Ravenclaw table, and immediately began reading the Quibbler upside down. She looked exactly the same as she always had. Nothing about Luna Lovegood had changed, because nothing about Luna Lovegood had needed to. Dumbledore was absent from the head table. His chair sat empty, and Harry felt a pang of something complicated: gratitude, frustration, worry. The old man had his own battles to fight, his own secrets to keep, his own blackened hand counting down to a deadline Harry didn't yet understand. But the Horcrux was out. One piece of Voldemort's soul was sealed in a lodestone in Dumbledore's office, waiting to be destroyed. One down. Several to go. The war was still coming. Harry knew that. The prophecy still hung over him. Voldemort was still out there, diminished by one anchor but far from finished. The Ministry was still watching, still measuring, still deciding what to do about a boy whose power exceeded their comfortable parameters. But today, on a Sunday morning in October, Harry Potter sat in the Great Hall and ate his breakfast, and the witches of Hogwarts did not lose their minds. It was a good start. After breakfast, Harry walked to the lake. Not for any particular reason. Not to meet anyone or think about anything urgent. Just to walk. The October air was crisp and golden, the leaves turning in earnest now, the grounds carpeted in amber and red. The lake was still, reflecting the sky so perfectly that it was hard to tell where water ended and air began. He found a spot on the bank, the same spot where he'd sat with Luna weeks ago, and lowered himself onto the grass. The ground was cool and slightly damp. A light breeze came off the water, carrying the smell of autumn and lakeweed and something indefinably clean. Harry reached inward. Found his core. The ocean was smaller. He'd known it would be, Hermione had warned him, but feeling it was different from knowing it. The vast, churning immensity was diminished, pulled back, like a tide that had retreated. What remained was still powerful. Still deep. Still more than most wizards would carry in a lifetime. But the dark current was gone. The maelstrom at the center was gone. The alien intelligence, the foreign will, the thing that had lived behind his scar and whispered in Parseltongue and burned when Voldemort was near, gone. Harry pressed his hand against his forehead. The scar was cool. For the first time in his memory, it was cool. Footsteps in the grass. He didn't turn around. He didn't need to. Hermione sat down beside him. Close. No calculated distance. No careful spacing. She sat close enough that her shoulder touched his, and neither of them flinched. "How does it feel?" she asked. "Quiet." Good quiet or empty quiet? Harry considered. Good quiet. Like, you know when you've had a headache for so long that you've forgotten what it feels like to not have one. And then it goes away and you realize, oh, this is what normal feels like. Yes. I know exactly what that feels like. Hermione pulled her knees up and wrapped her arms around them. I woke up this morning and for the first time in 3 weeks, my first thought wasn't about you. Should I be offended? It was about breakfast. My first thought was about breakfast. Do you know how wonderful that is? To wake up thinking about eggs and toast instead of fighting a magical compulsion. Harry laughed. Hermione laughed too, and the sound of it, light, easy, uncomplicated, was the most beautiful thing he'd heard in months. They sat by the lake for a while. The breeze played across the water. A tentacle emerged briefly, the giant squid, lazily stirring, and sank back down. The resonance, Hermione said eventually. It's really gone. Seems like it. Nobody reacted at breakfast. No staring, no stumbling. Daphne said she can barely sense my aura anymore, it's within normal parameters. So everything people were feeling, all the intensity, the obsession, the loss of control, that's over. That's over. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Which means everything anyone feels going forward is real. The words hung in the autumn air. Harry turned to look at her. She was already looking at him, brown eyes, clear and sharp and entirely, completely her own. Is that why you came out here? He asked. I came out here because you did and I wanted to be near you. Not because of magic. Not because of resonance. Because I wanted to. She said it simply, factually, the way she said everything that mattered most. I spent 3 weeks questioning every thought and every feeling and every impulse, wondering if any of it was real. And now it's over, and the compulsion is gone, and I'm sitting next to you and I still, she paused. Took a breath. I still want to be here. That's real. That's mine. Harry looked at her, Hermione Granger, brilliant and stubborn and brave and real, and felt something rise in his chest that was pure and golden and entirely his own. I'm glad you're here, he said. Hermione smiled. She leaned her head against his shoulder. He let her. They sat by the lake as the morning deepened and the sun climbed and the castle behind them stirred with the ordinary, wonderful sounds of students living their lives. Someone was laughing in the courtyard. A broomstick cut across the sky, Ron, probably, getting in some flying. An owl swept low over the lake, carrying someone's letter home. Harry breathed in. Out. No hum. No burn. No dark thing coiled behind his scar. For the first time in his life, he was alone in his own body. It felt like freedom. The lodestone sat in Dumbledore's office, sealed, contained, waiting to be destroyed. The other Horcruxes were out there, hidden, protected, dangerous. The war was coming. Voldemort would learn, eventually, that his anchor had been removed, and his response would be terrible. The Ministry would continue to watch, to measure, to assess. Madame Edgecombe would file her report, and someone would read it, and decisions would be made. And Harry would face all of it. Every battle, every challenge, every impossible choice. He'd face it with Ron at his side and Hermione's hand in his and a strange, unlikely alliance of witches who'd been drawn together by the very force that had tried to tear them apart. Daphne would go back to her careful Slytherin distances, but she'd nod at him in the corridors now, and he'd nod back, and they'd both know what they'd built in the room of requirement, a trust that transcended houses and histories and the ancient, stupid grudges that kept people apart. Fleur would return to Bill and the Order, carrying with her the knowledge that a 16-year-old boy had learned in 3 weeks what most Velas spent a childhood mastering, and she'd shake her head and smile and say something cutting and fond in French that no one would bother to translate. Luna would drift through the castle seeing colors no one else could see, and occasionally she'd look at Harry and say something like, "Your gold is brighter now. Less tangled." The Nargles approve, and Harry would thank her and mean it in ways he couldn't fully articulate. Ginny would catch his eye across the common room and they'd share a look, not romantic, not anymore, but something deeper. The look of two people who'd both had Tom Riddle inside their heads and had both, in their own ways, thrown him out. And Hermione would be there. Through everything. Not because magic compelled her. Not because prophecy demanded it. Because she chose to be. Because some things were stronger than resonance and darker than Horcruxes and more enduring than any power the Ministry could measure with their silver devices and their careful assessments. Harry sat by the lake with Hermione's head on his shoulder and the autumn sun warm on his face, and the hum in his chest was gone, and in its place was something better. Silence. Peace. And the steady, quiet heartbeat of a boy who had finally, after 15 years, become whole.